invite members of the public to its 2025 annual convention taking place right in the first state of Delaware. The weekend.
This is the time we come together.
Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media, the National Alumni Association of Tomalin High School in the Americas invite members of the public to its 2025 annual convention taking place right in the first state of Delaware. The weekend begins with the meet and greet on Friday, October 3rd. Time is from 6 p.m. straight up to 10 p.m. The address is Sawyer House African Grill, 150 South Dopoh Highway in Newcastle, Delaware. On Saturday, October 4th, starts with the business meeting that will include the most talked about national election. It's going down from 8 a.m. straight up to 2 p.m. The address is 100 Wilton Boulevard in Newcastle, Delaware. Then the annual fundraiser gala starts at 6 p.m. This is the most anticipated night of great vibes to keep Tomalin High School alive. Come on, come and support the fundraiser, experience great music, good food and drinks as you interact with great people of your kind. The address is 24 Blavings Drive in Newcastle, Delaware. The ordinary people are set to pay $25 US, VIPs $50 US, and alumni of Tomalin High School Alumni Association in the USA gets to pay $100 US flat. Doors open at 6 p.m. For more information, give the organization a call through Rachel Cooper at 302-883-1026. The man Washington Door will also be available at 768-843-6817. I'm yours truly, Chief Francis Torgbean. Hey, please make plans to meet me in Delaware. Hey, Tomalin High School. It's the one and only hope we have is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, the one and only hope we have to save the one-time iconic and powerful symbol of education in Liberia from falling from grace to grass is right now. Come on, get some love and support to Tomalin High School. Meet me in the first state of Delaware and let us support our one and only Tomalin High School.
Celebrating heaven is go home. Love is all we need to make it stand.
A mother's heart shines brightest when her child, once sick, is smiling and healthy again. Moments like these remind us that healthcare is more than medicine. It's love, care, and hope restored.
Keep my baby safe forever.
Annual Healthcare Gala 2025. An evening to celebrate healing, honor those who light the path of compassion, and inspire a brighter tomorrow. Date, November 1st, 2025. Time, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Venue, DeVita World, HQ, 2016th Street, Denver, CO8-0202. Theme Lighting the Way Forward tickets. VIP $80, standard $50. Join us for a night filled with love, elegance, and impact, where every story of healing reminds us why we care, and every step forward shines a light for the future. Reserve your place today, and let's walk together toward hope and healing. Care Africa.
Mr. Pewee, we are on.
You probably know you're on the internet. You can just can't always you send your good evening, a wonderful good evening to you for following the closing argument. We here on the Thursday edition of the closing argument. We have a lot of things. Maya, you have to come and basically, when we start the program this way, but that means first and foremost move into our program today and say to you, well, wonderful good evening to everybody. We hope that your Thursday is going well. Today is the second day in the month of February, and the year is 2025. And basically, we almost basically just running down 2025. We have just after this month 2 more months left. So we want to thank God that we all here today. Let's say a wonderful good evening to all of our wonderful and resilient followers that are very committed to following the closing argument. We all should to share the show as we begin another edition for this Thursday. You share the show, and as we will rapidly move through the discussion point, we have a lot of things unfolding today in the country and in other part of the world, if you will, concerning Liberia and Liberians, if you will. A lot of different scenario unfolding, and we're going to tap into those things and give you the rough analysis of them. And some of them are speculations, and sometimes where the government is not coming forth with information, or folks are not coming out to inform the people. And as a matter of fact, article I think 10 of the Constitution is one that even asks the government to teach the Constitution of our country, and so the people will understand the concept of the Constitution. And the Constitution itself is saying that is the right of the folks of the country to be informed, for the government to inform the citizenry. And sometimes you have people speculating, and show, and part of the reason why people will speculate is when they are kept incommunicado. When folks are kept incommunicado or they're not being informed about happenings in the country, they will move ahead sometimes to speculate and develop their own story until probably government come out to give the accurate story, or probably again give mis or disinformation, or further compound the problem that's unfolding in the country. So there's a need that the government be very open towards informing its citizens. It is a fiduciary responsibility on the part of government. It's a constitutional responsibility. It's not you're not doing it as a favor to the people. It's not a privilege to be informed. No, it's not. It's a right to be informed in the Republic of Liberia. If you are within the bitter weight of Liberia, you have to be informed. Even those outside the Republic of Liberia, as Liberian citizens, they got the right to urge their citizens, their government, to petition the government whenever they need certain thinking in terms of, it's not only the level of the social service delivery process. Even information services is very important. So we have a lot of things unfolding in the country today. We part of the headline. There's a lot of different situations, but there's rumors circulating that the PYJ University in Nimba County, it's rumor they're gonna say allegedly. There's rumors circulating that it's being sold out or is off for sale. It's rumor, it's alleged. We'd love to give this from the aspect of the closing argument to give this legal room. It's alleged that it's rumor and alleged that this PYJ University it has been sold for I'm told $8 million United States dollars, and the leadership of the student council government demand money pay as tuition. So I don't know how this is unfolding. We stay digging more deeper to get the facts. It's alleged that the university have been sold, and students that are already actively engaged with the school that have paid their tuition and fees are now demanding to refund of that amount of money. Did not need some, but they need reimbursement. And this is developing, and it is alleged. We love to make this emphatic. It is developing and it is alleged. So, and there's that different speculations we receiving from all everything. And we're going to say this also. Recently, the political leader of the citizen movement for change was just here in the United States. He came to attend a program. I'm told I think it was a fundraising program or a program of his party, where he was also honored by the certain part of the Manigo caucus from the I'm told from the city of Brother Love, he was honored. But there's information that he just returned home this evening. He returned home after what the report is stating a successful visitation here in the United States, where he attended both his political party program and that of the honorary coming from, I think, a particular group of organization here in the city that did honor him. So this is important. His ability been playing some proactive political role in the country of recent time. He also been very engaged across the country in terms of the role he believed the CMC will perform and other tasks ahead as he's performed his own responsibility. He was recently heard also saying that most of the guys in the legislature, the institution is corrupt openly. He stated it. He said they are the problem, and the rest of that. So the information is returned home. We also going to be focusing on another side of the discussion from the past. Again, now we're going back a little deeper into 2023 elections. Today, Mr. Alexander Cummings of the ANC is saying that he got some problem with that. And as a matter of fact, he's now saying that he don't the results of 2023 is now a result that he accept. He believed it was not only fraudulent, but there were a lot of terrible things about that election. So Mr. Alexander Cummings is urging action against folks that drugs importation in the country. And he rejecting the 2023 elections. He's two things he's talking about today. I think we running down the road of this year, 2025, it's soon going to be history. Now we move into 2026, and I'm told political individuals are trying to reactivate their cells in the country. Those that have been quiet, dormant, they try to reactivate some of them, resuscitating some of them. I don't know, recalibrating. I don't know from which of the angle Mr. Cummings is going to be into. Either he's reactivating, is he recalibrating, or is he reactivating, if you will? But he's sending some very strong signal here that he rejects the 2023 elections. We will want to really go more deeper to see as to how we can talk to Mr. Cummings to find out why is it now rejecting the results. He didn't do it then, 2023. Why is he rejecting the results now? We also we want to see if we can talk to any of his surrogates that will be winning, but particularly there's a need to personally engage. The closing argument going to engage with him and get his side of the story as to why now he's saying this. But another thing he's saying that is very important is the war against drugs, and particularly he's talking about those that are inputting it. He's not mentioning it. Man, the last time I was on this platform saying that we should not be that high on the user. The users are the victim. Those that are causing the problem is those that are inputting this menace into the country. We have to come down high and declare war on them and ensure that we go after them, get them, smoke them out of the system, or completely eliminate them. The way to do it is the way to be very uncompromising. The government will have to deploy, and that's one of the reasons, and I will take some time on this one. I would love to commend the current acting head of DEA. The current acting head of DEA, he's still acting. He's a police officer from the Liberian National Police, played a different role in the Liberian National Police. But in his current capacity as the acting head, I think he's shown some level of seriousness and some capability and capacity, I think, to robustly handle the issue with the limited resources he has. And with the DEA and the kind of a transformation we see currently unfolding, the kind of the boxing of certain areas, the intelligence gathering, the way the enforceability aspect of things. Not only they are gathering intelligence, not only they are enforcing, but the chain of the way they are going after folks is very important. And we will hope that they won't limit that to those that are coordinating and seeing the distribution of those things, because the information that those that are already being hit for now are those that are distributing and coordinating. We haven't heard none of the big fishes yet, those that are inputting. And that's why we are key to get the results from the Kalando truck situation. Up to now, the country again, and that's the problem of Liberia and Liberians investigators or security apparatus. When they are engaged for certain situations, being very robust, and then being praised by the public, then they start their shenanigans. And that's a very serious thing. If you have an ongoing investigation on something that is very serious and major towards moving the country forward, you have to be open-minded in informing the population about it. So those kind of back behind the scene maneuvering is not a good thing to do. Be open-minded here. And that's why for now we'll commend the acting DEA boss and his team for the role they are currently engaged in. And we also want to commend the government. I think I saw some logistic. I don't know my house to this. I saw some fleet of photo cabin pickups. I think those pickups are meant for operations purpose for the DEA, and that is very important in countering these very unscrupulous people that are trying to pollute our society with this nonsense. So if they will have the logistic, and you give them other intelligence material and other, the vehicle is there as part of the logistic. We need more other support coming from the government. Ensure that these guys are well trained, they're well incentivized, and then they move on the mission to get this thing done. But the problem there is there should be no protected fish anywhere whatsoever relative to the drugs importation in the country. We have to be firm on this. We have to be collected and collective in terms of our engagement, and we also should move very diligently in the fight against this. So it's very important. Another focus we are currently receiving also, and we're going to talk about tonight is that, we've been talking about this situation for some time now, and we've been gathering our own information from sources about this alleged $10 million investment that is ongoing in FOIA. And sometimes we say alleged because we don't have all of the facts here have not been established, but we have a gigantic project ongoing, allegedly around 10 million or more in FOIA. And folks are attributing this to some very senior government officials. Certain individuals are even speculating that it is owned by the president of the Republic of Liberia or his foundation, through his foundation. That's what we're hearing. But the government, we're told, I just spoke with someone that tried to beat the system, but soon I can assure you we'll get more video from that area. We have folks today in there in part of that FOIA we've been talking to, and we're going to ensure to collect more information. But it's alleged that it's owned by the president and some of his associate of his president and his foundation. That's the information we are receiving. But the Center for Transparency and Accountability in Liberia, CENTAR, is also raising some serious concern here. Some time ago, we spoke to CENTAR boss, but I think we will make some progress in getting him to speak to him on this one and on other issue of accountability and transparency also in Liberia. It's important. That's one of the integrity institution in the country that is trying to ensure that folks get the right things done. CENTAR been around for long. I can recall the late Thomas Dona used to be the head of say institution before he moved over to government to perform to work with the LRA as the Commissioner General of the LRA. Now we have but Senta is still active, playing her role. It's a Center for Transparency and Accountability in Liberia. They're asking, asking that there's the many transparency on the reported $10 million presidential villa in Foya, and welcome, and they also welcome the resignation of the Chief Justice. And part of the statement they put up today, welcome the resignation of the son of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. We can recall we spoke against this, that the Chief Justice's son, the Chief Justice appointed his son, and we believe the Chief Justice, that was not only an act of corruption, a major breach of ethical proceedings, judicial ethical proceedings by the Chief Justice. And before even he went to that position, some of us had learned before that he was allegedly very corrupt and one that didn't regard ethics at all. And he didn't own it to justify our position at the time, but he went on to suspend someone indefinitely for the purpose of bringing his son, that nepotistic attitude, to bring his son and replace his, to bring his son in that position. But after mounting pressure from all angles, including here the closing argument, we told his son resigned, and Santa, the Center for Transparency and Accountability in Liberia, is also a welcoming said development. I think it's important, but the Chief Justice should not be remanded or forced to allow his son out. The justification he gave is very poor, inexcusable justification. It is a sad day to have such a man appointed Chief Justice of the Republic, and that will be sitting to promote his son in the area that he should be. Now, that's a sacred area. The sacredness of that institution does not require anyone that is corrupt or having any tendency of corruption in their bloodstream. It is important because it is the institution that should set the highest standard, the highest judicial standard. Because it is important as the Chief Justice, when all hell loose, where folk people are very, 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 very much not, I don't know how to put this now, but it is the time, it is the institution that the country rely on for what we call save the nation intervention. That's the institution. To have someone that got the tendency of corruption in them to be the head of that institution is concerning, and it's worrisome. And every Liberian should begin now moving out. This is nothing about nepotism or this, that. No. You are the Chief Justice. You are there to uphold the higher moral, judicial, ethical standard. If you cannot uphold that at the lower level, you appointing your son, then what will happen when the country is at a crossroad, wherein your independent intervention, if you will, the way you handle some judicial matter, you apply the law as per the way of the constitution of our country. It's very important that we focus on some of these things. It's just quite unfortunate that we will see the Chief Justice do that, but the fact that after mounting pressure, he now quadrupled it, and it's important also we mentioned that moving forward, we have to, the watchdog of the community will have to be consistent and persistent. That's the way to do it. So Myean, before we can probably move in, you heard what I said. I don't know if you have any other thing to add on this one before we can really move into this about what is unfolding. I'm told what is unfolding in the country, but I'm also I'm hearing that, I don't know, we'll talk that later behind the scene, that you guys will be moving somewhere, but we need some discussion. So I will give you a couple of minutes, few minutes, so just tell us what is actually happening from your end, you on the ground, and tell us what are some journalistic observations from your end.
Okay, so Mr. Pewee, I'd like to say thank you and thanks to all of our listeners and our viewers who are following the Closing Argument show. So once again, you have already learned of the latest happening from our country here in terms of the current status within our country and how the country is moving in terms of the real issues that are affecting the people in our country. But basically, one of the things that drew my attention is that on this issue about the marketeers, some of the sources of income that they are getting, how the current rate is like, because the rate is climbing up gradually because since we experience the reduction of rates within our country, the prices are still the same. So we are not seeing anything like,
Hold on, man. I'm not sorry. Sorry for this. You said the rate going back up?
yeah, the rate is going back. Or we have the current rate is 185
Oh,
now.
okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So the issue of the rate is going back up because after people have observed thoroughly and then they cannot see any improvement, nothing from the Liberian government to reduce the rate and then be able to reduce the prices of goods or commodity within our country, but rather everything remains the same. So as a result of that, all those money changers, the Liberians, business people, they are carrying that rates up to see how best they can be able to get the Liberty or to see how best they can be able to get US because other people who are out there they are changing money. Some of them they having shortage. Like I had an interview backstage with some of the business owners, and some of them told me that we have limited liberty within our banking system, and most especially sometimes if you go to the bank to withdraw money, you will find it difficult because you cannot be able to get that amount you want. If you go to the bank, sometimes they will tell you, say, "Oh no, system down" or something else. So probably it's because of there's no current rate in the country. So if you go to buy something that is probably around $10, if you go to buy in United States dollar, they will tell you 2,000 because they're taking it for the same rate of 200. So if you're going to buy something like you used to buy it when the rate was you used to buy it for uh, $10, you buy the same 2,000 because other people not like to lose because some of them will tell you we bought these goods when the US were up. So I expected myself to get the same money that I bought the goods or the profit that I expected to get. That's the same profit that I want. So I cannot be able to sell this thing to you, this current rate. So they will be able to sell it to you the rate they bought it when the rate was up. So these are things that I think the Ministry of Commerce, since then, Madam Madeline Dako said each time that's one of the things that I've observed on her. Each time the government try to have a meeting or plan something, she can just leave from the country and then go out of the country. She will say she go for engagement or whatever. But for us to sit with the president or sit with Liberian top business owner like other past ministers used to do to have a meeting or town hall meeting, discuss with the tycoon in businesses and ask them what's the issue, what affecting them, what are some of the things they be able to put into place. You are not seeing anything from her, even in media engagement or even press releases from the Ministry of Commerce. You cannot see anything, but rather they just allow the ministry to just be like a dormant, and then the Liberian people are just sitting, they are suffering. To admit, Mr. Pewee, the Liberian people are suffering, and you cannot see these people in the villages. You cannot see these people within their very home. There's no food, and nowadays I'm now partisan, even though I'm a neutral person. But nowadays you see on the social media, people from the Unity Party, people from the CDC are posting on the social media that even most especially one of the things that drew my attention is that most of the hurricanes within the Unity Party, some of them are saying that the current ministers or current government officials, they are all mean. For what exactly? That's something we don't know. Is it because of they are not dispersing money or they are not sharing money or that's why making them to be mean? So I asked a little question, say, what are you saying that they are mean? She said, because there's no money in the country. Even like the past regime, we used to experience some of the government officials, they'll be able to give money to people, they'll be able to help other people that will be able to help their family, they'll be able to sustain themselves. But this government, for them to release money is very difficult. Even I had a interaction with Patrick Honda. Patrick Honda stood there with the media He said that we cannot be able to give your money, because if I give your money, the people say we're sharing money, so we can give you no money again. So how can government official be saying such a thing? Is it because of most of the government officials, they are from the media background? That's why they're acting that kind of a way on the media, or is it because of the kind of government or the kind of structure they are running? That's why. To admit, Mr. Pewee, the entire country is locked down. There's nothing going on. The poor people are suffering, to admit, Mr. Pewee. If you take a microphone down to the people, you hear the voices of the local people. They will express their grievances. These are things that I think the government need to come out to be able to address this issue. Because some people can say, if you don't address this issue 2029, you cannot have anything to say to the Liberian people. And definitely people are saying out there that 2029, if the former president comes back, he might likely win the 2029 election. You cannot tell, because what you have to do for the Liberian people is now. It's not when you reach in 2028, 2029 is the time you want to do something for Liberian people. That's not what the people are expecting from you. And some of our lawmakers who are sitting, they are realizing until they wait 2028, 2029, they want to carry on live project, carry on this other project, community project. The people are not going to look at you. And I can tell you for free, this year, I mean, this coming election, 2029 election, will be one of the top elections ever in the Republic of Liberia. Because Liberian people, their eyes are open. They are waiting to see the changes within our country. They are not going to sit down and allow people to just come bring t-shirt, bring rice to them, and then food and allow them to vote for people who they are not capable of leading them. So I think if you want to do something for Liberian people, you can do it now. Because the Liberian people, they are waiting, they are yamming for it. It's not during election time where they will be sitting and want someone to be able to come to them and tell them, say, oh yeah, do this one for all, do this. No, the Liberian people are not going to hear to them. So I'll just stop there for now. We just urge in Mr. Johnny, so he can just make his point and then we go on.
Okay, thank you. Alice. You know, the fact that the rate, and I expected this, Johnny, welcome. I will get to you soon. I expected this rate thing to go back up in no time. I knew that the rate going down was not triggered by any economic intervention. That I knew for a fact that it was not triggered by any economic intervention, and it would have gone back in no time. That's one. But another thing, what I would a little bit differ that, listen, it is not the responsibility of government officials to give people money. And I always said this thing. Yeah, past government, they say, oh, can get this, we have to, these to get. It's not the responsibility of government officials to give anybody money. No. And myself would not encourage that. The word is not condemn. I would not encourage that. What I would encourage is the responsibility for the Liberian government to create the economic environment so everybody will thrive. And that's it. So people will go and make ends meet, to go by the daily rigor, set the basics for people to create the kind of an economic environment, the cloud, the community, so that investors will come in the country, so that Liberians will have the ability and the capability to invest and get money and start hitting the middle class. That's the basis of that. If you were to do that, Myean, the dependencies syndrome we have, people begging or anticipating handout, that was significantly reduced, if not stopped, right? So that's the basis what we have to do. But the rate going back up, and we have to be mindful. My prediction is before the Christmas, the rate will be around 200. That's my prediction. Before the Christmas, the rate going to be around 2. Whenever the rate go down, when it start going back up again, that's trouble. And then when the tension come in again, the rate go back. Then the thing rest spread, they did not stop. It was go back up. But Johnny, let me say a wonderful good evening to you. I want to say good morning and a wonderful good evening to you from your end. It's almost in the evening. My end too. It's almost 6 o'clock here. No, it's almost 6 here. It's 5:38 my time, PM. So, but let me say good evening to you. You listen to, I know got on. You listen to part of our discussion point today. Santa is still discussing your county, Lofa County, and our county, and part of the Republic of Liberia. There's this alleged $10 million something going on there. Senta is calling for accountability and transparency on this one. The government should be open-minded to come and say to us who actually behind that project. And also, Senta is also now commending to the Chief Justice for finally withdrawing his son, asking his son to come back down and reversing his nepotistic action he took, and a lot of other major development. Cummings, Alexander Cummings, is saying that he now refused the 2023 election. He not accept it. He also asking for major action on drugs, those that are bringing drugs to the country. But he said 2023 elections, he don't accept it now. He don't accept it. It was a fraudulent process and other things. A lot of other major development that is unfolding in the country. So we just want to have your take and welcome.
Thank you, Pewee. Thank you, my young uncle from Yela. And then the young man, Myean, thank you too for sitting in to have this platform, you know, um, ready for today. Pewee, I'm not an economist, so I will not try to even discuss what's happening with the economy. I will discuss social issues with regards to my study and those things that I know I can talk about, I'm knowledgeable about, I will discuss them. I mean, whatever happens here with regards to U.S. rate, foreign exchange, and price moves, uh, finance ministry got the experts, central bank has the experts, and I hope one day we can get somebody who is knowledgeable into this field to come and provide more clarity to the people while we have all this back and forth discussion or back and forth situation where probably you just see that the URA has dropped. At one point, it dropped as far as 160, I think just about a month ago. And now it's around in 180, 185 to 185 dollars to $1. But I mean, I cannot discuss how it happened. I cannot discuss the cost of why it went that way because I did not learn economics to that level. But I mean, technically going back to our home, LOFA, I think for what I can say is that is a huge project ongoing in 4 years. I'm just wondering why there has not been any public information to the people, whether it's a private business person that is doing real estate business or whether it is government's project and providing some opportunities for other education or research purpose or whatever, or whether it's a private person bidding. Nobody has told anybody. So it has just been an issue of speculation. And it's just good for us citizens of Liberia and residents of Liberia, to ask our government and ask those who are in charge of Lofa County, specifically those in Foya district, to tell the public who are those doing such, a massive construction work going on in the county or in the district. It's good for all to know. We have to know that. I mean, just for all to know, it's good to keep the population informed because this is how sometimes the wrong things can happen. If you keep your people uh, informed and they are left to speculate and find and use information on their own, then you don't blame them for what they would say and how they will act. So if that situation in Foya and Lofa County is not clear, and the problem is already there. The problem has already occurred because somebody is doing construction work. Nobody knew about it in terms of the public. Nobody made a declaration as to whether they are doing something there for the people or for themselves. And so I think it's a wrong thing. I guess my advice is going forward, any serious thing of such happening in any part of Liberia, you should try to keep people informed. Now, people are saying it's a $10 million project. Where did they get that information from that the project is $10 million? Who declared the project as a $10 million project? Who announced it? How did they get to know that? But again, you cannot blame the public for that speculation because those who are involved with that construction work in Lofa, in Foya, they did not speak to the public. I did not hear, never did I hear from any of the radio stations in Lofa. And I am one person, every morning I try my best, every morning as much as possible, I go online to follow the various stations that are carrying the activities through social media like Facebook. I follow Radio Kintoma every morning. I follow Radio AYRO. I try to get to Radio Live. I try to navigate the system in the morning to know what's happening across the length and breadth of Lofa County. And I did not at any point hear even on any of the news outlet that such things happening in Foya, and that event or that project or that construction work is done by an individual or a company. So Santa raised the issue. I appreciate Santa. I know this is one of the brand organization that I cannot have a lot of respect for. In fact, the guy who is there, the young man, he and I we did some courses together at regional science in the work we did our graduate studies doing our regional science, regional development work, you know. And I know him very well. I know what he stands for. He and the other fellow that has Namo, Eddie Jauro. I think you should know Eddie Jauro too, or Pewee. Eddie Jauro. And those are the two Liberian CSOs that I'm beginning to have a lot of respect for based on their approach towards fighting to keep Liberia stable, trying to make sure we have some level of hygiene in our governance system in terms of trying to fight against corruption, political malfeasance, and all those kind of things. And so let me just congratulate them for raising the issue. But I think those that are involved with that, they needed to have informed the people of Liberia about it before people speculate. And like I said the last time, I have intent to go to Dopoh soon. I hope to go to Foya myself and view that area, ask some questions to those who are there as stakeholders to find out what is happening, who is responsible for the construction work. I know the last time I was in a company of one young man who is one of the construction manager there. He was telling me they are working for Thomas Farah. Thomas Farah vehicles or trucks are the one they are using to transport materials, and also transport materials such as sand, crush rocks, and other building materials. So, and that's why last time we were doing the discussion, but just by speculation again, by speculation, and knowing where Foya is located, and knowing the source and source of Foya, such going on there. So that I said, for example, if it's not a government, because I believe if it was a government, it would have been announced by the government. So let's say that work is ongoing in Lofa in Foya.
No,
Government is not
yeah, Johnny. No, I just got a very, very, very close, very tight information on this one. So I can definitively now, I will not say allegedly now, I can definitively state that that project is owned by the government of the Republic of Liberia. I just got a very, very, very much confirmed from a very powerful source from within the executive mansion that project is going to be an international, they call it international presidential villa. It's established. And you see, it's so embarrassing to the extent, and I'm not going to call this person's name, I will not. I can tell the person, trust me, this will go with me. But they refer to it as international presidential villa. Now, the person went on to tell me that this is not going to be as a presidential villa they build, because the African Development Bank stated that they will build a road from Menikama, the Menikama Sanjon side to Foya, and then to Vonjama, then Sakono do the Masenta Vonjama border. Then they're going to build that road. The African Development Bank is going to do that. Then the Liberian government will take the road from Salayesa all the way now to Vonjama. But according to what the person said to me, the justification of building that presidential villa is they're going to be building a regional university in Foya. So there's a need to have a special presidential villa, international presidential villa. So that property is owned by the Liberian government. And they build it. I want to believe they're doing this because Joseph Human Boaka, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, is from Lofa and he's from Foya. So they want to do this to say, okay, probably, the person tell me, Pewee, you can celebrate that the current presidential villa in Foya and Lofa. It's not an issue about me not celebrating that. The issue about is the government should announce it. So that building, Johnny, we should not speculate again. So they call it International Presidential Villa owned by the government of the Republic of Liberia.
Yeah, Pewee, 1 minute, Pewee. Here you are. You are not disclosing the name of the source that you are so much 100+% sure of giving the information.
100%.
So you are 100% sure, but I am not, and I will continue to speculate until the government requisite, appropriate office speaks to that event, to that situation, and tell the brand people that people of Lofa that the construction work going on here is a government project and it's funded on the budget line item, or it is funded by this organization or so. In as much as that has not happened, Pewee, look, Pewee, all of us here, we have learned some small things to do. We have capacity to analyze and think through things. You, Pewee, knowing the kind of people got in Liberia when they're in government, if they are true, that what Sudan can say, I will want for people, they come in election, do a win election. No one should take oath on Bible and Quran. Nobody should take oath on Bible and Quran. They should take oath on what they believe traditionally. Then we'll hold them accountable. Like you, Pewee, if you're taking oath, and when you take oath what you believe in from Yela, you take oath on Bible, who made you Christian? You became Christian because somebody came from overseas, they brought Christianity in Liberia, and everybody became Christian and go to school.
No,
So
man,
people
I believe in God. No, trust me.
but man,
always,
no, you see,
God
Pewee,
have,
Pewee, you're giving chance now.
even
Even
the
my
traditional
point.
people believe in God, I understand. But I was continue. That's the
Pewee,
standard we
that
have.
was Listen to
We have
me.
to take
I mean,
oath.
wait, don't cut me off.
That's the standard we have.
But man, I hear, I'm telling you the truth, I believe you can go 100
So
plus
if
percent.
you want a senatorial elections 2029, what you take your oath on?
I will take my oath on what my people believe that when I take oath on, I will be obligated. I will not lie without not cheating. But
So
your belief, your mindset of belief is the
you
issue.
take your oath on Zogi,
Oh wait. I will take oath on what because the thing is this, right? People are taking oath on the Bible, on the Quran in this country, taking public
to
office.
you. They say
But man, anything, look, because the thing is, the people have not trust in our governance system so much that you go take oath on Bible, take oath on Quran. They don't see nothing changing, nothing changing here. Something has to make the people to believe that if you do wrong to the bring people money, you will be accounted for spiritually or whatever way. Now, here's the point I want to come to, right? If this project is a government project, Pewee, let's be sincere. The government was going to, it will be a big event. We are even available from Saloon, from Guinea, say is a presidential visa for the Marrow Union Basin, as you see. They were available for 3 countries, even Cote d'Ivoire, 3 countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, and Saloon would have been there to see the groundbreaking ceremony. Pewee, let's be sincere for once with ourselves. Liberian government of this country since the last 20, 30 years, if you want to go dig hemp pump, it can be on radio. They can have a public program who can attend it. They are in a very foyer. Listen to the people in a very foyer. Recently, I think when they gone recent Independence Day or whatever, the president was there along with Thomas Fowler, with Sir Joseph. Sir carried drugs and things for hospital. They made the president go and present the drugs. Sir Joseph went to go just to do greater, not quota road in Foya, to just close the erosion of the roads in Foya to Medekoma Road and going to Wati, Foya Tinja. The president was there with a helmet, in his engineering helmet, to do the groundbreaking on the road, to have caterpillar machine just clear the mud and things from the road or to close the erosion. Then much more about you are doing a massive construction of what you call presidential villa. Then it will remain quiet, Pewee. It will remain quiet until public outcry. Then you hearing now secretly telling you say, oh, man, you can even call the person anymore. You telling us that you got reliable source and it's a government project. Pewee, how do I trust that it's a government project when the government will be accountable to me? We didn't want to put the government in office. It is my taxpayer money that government is using.
Exactly, Johnny. And I agree.
I mean, I don't know what you say, Pewee. I'm telling you, frankly, between me and you, I don't know what you say until I hear from the government in office.
And I like your saying you're taking, and it's actually correct. And I agree with you. You don't have to trust what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, what I'm telling you, from the person I spoke to, what I'm telling you, I don't know why they didn't do that. What you just said, they should have announced it. It's development. But again, probably they thought they mixed up on this big time. And they will have to course correct to avoid deepening crisis.
Pewee is deliberate. Pewee, that's a small screen. There's a different thing over there. No,
that project.
Pewee, I'm from Lofa, you're from Lofa, right? Our both parents are from Lofa. My mom is from Lofa County, right? I'm proud to have beautiful things, good things done in Lofa. But I'm not proud of doing things in Lofa that will make me to look ugly to all Liberians. right? So that project being in Lofa should have been a public declaration to the people. So
And
right
that's what
now, I don't trust that what you see is what government is doing. I think it's a different program. I don't
yeah.
trust it. I will tell you the truth. I
What
don't trust it. It's just a small screen that, oh yeah,
Johnny,
come on now.
Johnny,
Let's find some
myself,
excuse to say this and this and this. But
the,
not true,
the,
Pewee.
the last
I'm
time
not
I
saying lie to
discussed
you.
the whole project thing was 2 days ago. And I was saying that, hey, I was even telling Tomalin, he was talking about his soul. I said, hey, look, we had to get the facts and the source and all of that. Right? And we like discuss in talk show thing, journalism, in communication, there's something we refer to as protecting your source. That's very important. Protecting your soul is very important. But I can say to you, and I want to believe very soon the government of Liberia going to announce that project is a presidential villa. They will tell you it's owned by the government of the Republic of Liberia. And we're not going to, now that we have some of the informations that we know, particularly me, I'm convinced, you're going to hear in the next, I don't know when they're going to say it to you, but not too long from now. The government going to come and say to you, this is a project. They're going to find a way how to fix it, to level them. I don't know how they're going to go across it. But the basic thing here is that is a project. The African Development is about to do the role from Manikama to Foya to Vonjama, then the Vonjama Masanta border. And then they're going to have a regional university in Foya. If that regional university is built in Foya, the government of Liberia is saying that we have to put something that will be fit the regional university and other things. So that's for part of the reason why they're doing that. I'm not the one saying it. They should have broken the ground for that project. They didn't break ground for it. It's not my prerogative. It's not my responsibility. But what I do know is that the government did not do well in terms of the way they should have gone about this whole media relation on this whole thing. They blundered and they find the best way to tell you as to why. And I don't think they will go say the African development is doing that. It's not the African development that is doing that, but that's a project coming from there. So, but we'll move. We
Before you move on, there's a market store that is built around the rehab junction, the same road President Myean and President Parker live, and I think that market was constructed by President Myean regime or so, and later on, recently, maybe a few months ago, they did some renovation there. They took the president there, just renovation on that market. The president went and broke ground and inaugurated that place, Pewee. So look, Pewee, no matter who tells you what, they are finding excuse for those who live under the water. We who living on earth, on the ground, who walking on earth, on the ground here, we know exactly that whatever they will tell us will just be about covering up for what they do, or what is guaranteed for. Pewee, listen, you want to build what you call a regional university, but you are building a presidential villa.
No, they are not the
Can
one
you?
building they are not the one going to build
No, I'm not saying you. I know you're telling me. You telling me
it's
now.
not the government going to build a regional university.
Your soul say.
Yeah.
Your soul say.
You say
Your
you
soul
don't
say they want to
you
build.
say you don't agree with my soul. I agree with you. You don't have to agree. The government is not going to be the one building the regional university. No. The government is not going to be the one. The government of Liberia is not going to be the one building the road from Manikama to Foya, from Foya to Vonjama, from Vonjama to Sunny Up. It's going to be the African Development Bank. The African Development Bank. The African Development Bank is going to do that. There's a project.
So
the government is building the presidential villa for the government of Liberia. They believe that when the president,
why is it linked to the regional university?
Has it linked to the university? They say, you're going to have a regional university there. So when you have a regional university there, it's possible that you have sometimes one of the regional head of state visiting. So you need to have an international presidential villa. That's the international presidential villa the Liberian government is building. And that's
there will be airport there too now. There will be international airport there too.
They may just improve and improve the
There's no airport in Foya.
No, they got airstrip in Foya.
So that's why I'm saying they cannot improve that. That airstrip is so narrow.
Yeah, airstrip info, yeah, so they
They
can
get a small
improve
airstrip
it.
for small things. Even bigger planes, which it will begin. So that means
Johnny,
it will be
Johnny,
in the air. It will be
you hear what money can
regional.
do? They say money can make bigger dents. They say money can make bigger dents, right? Money can
man.
anything.
So anyway,
Money
I
can
just asking
improve
you now.
that airstrip
African
from
Development
airstrip to a
Bank,
mini
African
small airport
Development.
that can take some other things on that. But that is it for now. You don't believe my source. You say my source lie, granted, but I believe this source, and trust me, we're gonna get somewhere on this development. Now that we headed somewhere, and the government of Liberia sooner than later will come up and tell us who is behind that gigantic project in a very isolated part of Lofa County before, place that was just heavily isolated. Now, and it is important, and before I close on this one, it is important the fact that the president of the Republic of Liberia is from that region, from that district. It is very important that you declare that this is where I came from. This is where I walk. Wansanga is not too far from that place. This is where I walk from all the way to the capital city of Liberia to go to school. And today I'm president of the Republic of Liberia. I'm doing this as a mark of giving back to my people. I would have celebrated it. It would have been a very wonderful public relation. Everybody would have celebrated. I want to believe everybody would have done the same. But again, to do it in a way and then you be pushed to get the information up, people would think that you can use government resources to develop any part of the country. Leaders across the world would do it. They would develop. They say, listen, there's a parable my mother always tell me, right? She said, when you waste the water here, what you can do first? Johnny, you're Nova Academy, you understand parable. When you get a cup of water and the ground is there, that water, a bucket of water is spilled right there. What would do first?
Well,
So
it
the
can
water
spread around.
it will soak the place it wasted first before it can
Yeah,
what? Before it can
it
spread
starts
down, right?
spreading.
That's it. That's some logical reasoning. So development. So you like your area when you start developing the place, you start spreading it. It's acceptable and understandable. But that's just
It's not a progressive idea. It's not a progressive idea.
Oh, of course, I don't have no problem with that. I don't have. This is charity begins where? All of a sudden when BCA go the other way. So if you don't develop your home, why can you develop other area well? No. If you don't take good care of your home as a man, a father, your kids are hungry, and then you think you want to be president of the republic, you'll be a good leader, or you want to be a leader in the community, you're going to be a good leader, you won't be effective. Leadership, you have to exhibit the trend of leadership from where you came from, basically. So if you start showing good leadership home as a good father, a good husband,
Let me ask.
you can show a good leadership as a good
If they want to build
chief or
this
good
financial
paramount
palace
chief, if you will.
in Foya, okay, so Wanjama is the county seat. Wanjama has a presidential palace that was built, I think, in the 1980s.
Yeah, in the
No, in the
80s.
19 in the late 70s, during the regime of President Myean I believe. Yes, and so that is there. Now, the current president wants to build a presidential villa in Foya, and the information also you're giving now is that the African Development Bank will be building the road from Medekoma through Banjama, through Sakon, and do all of the Guinea border towards Masanta or Masada. And so I'm trying to connect the link for building the presidential villa in Foya, being a link to the road and the link to the proposed also idea of building a regional university. I mean, we should be for Rural Union Basin, probably Guinea, which is Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Because, I mean, Foya is in the angle.
Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Cote d'Ivoire. Africa is South
Foya is linked to Sierra Leone and also linked to to Guinea. Well, I'm wondering, why didn't they consider building that? Let's discuss it now, right? Building that presidential villa in Vonjama, the county headquarters, because clearly if the road is built, it'll be a matter of probably 20 minutes drive or 25-minute drive from Benjamin to Foya, you know. But anyway,
Yeah, but
anyway,
yeah, Johnny,
anyway, I mean,
we're not.
this is what the government has to explain. Those things government has to explain to you, and I will repeat. I think this was a clandestine thing that was ongoing, because it had taken public attention. So they're trying to cook a story that will represent what they want to say to convince those that are going to be convinced. Technically, for me, in my technical mind, I think that construction work was for a different
Okay.
purpose, it's not for its purpose. But let's discuss other matter, that Liberia case.
Yeah, yeah. The Church of Voyama, where I think this current administration will determine where they want to build it. They will believe they want to decentralize, spread out development in Foya. I just said to you, Foya is a virgin area. Nothing is there for infrastructure. They're just starting. So it's the beginning. This president's from Foya. It makes sense to think that he directed that project to go to Foya. Period. So that's the kind of way leaders will do things if they intend to. Let me bring on. They intend to if they intend to carry on development. So a lot of things we'll talk about will shape again. That's part of the development. A wonderful good evening to you, Mr. Nagbe, and welcome to the closing argument.
Good evening, guys. Good to be with you. Thank you for kicking the show off, joining Sylvester, Myean. And let me also say what's up to the audience. Thanks for joining us. Please share the show. Jerome is asking, as many people have. I've also raised it. It's been almost 2 weeks now. I think we're now on YouTube. Do you guys know anything about this?
Yeah, we raised that issue. I think we are in conversation with the technician, the RT technician to fix that problem. We hopefully will be fixing that before the 10th of October. I can assure you on that. Yes, we'll be on that.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, part of our topic today, the political leader of the CMC returned home today.
Right.
He returned home in a very charismatic way. One would say at the airport where we saw a fleet of vehicles, stylish vehicles, and all of things. He's getting very charismatic, and I intentionally took that word. He's getting to be one of the charismatic leaders that is pushing across the country and all of things. We've looked forward to probably talking to you on that. But I just want to hear from you, Mr. Nagbe. Why is he carried back home? Why is it that he's going to be, if he were to have a press conference tomorrow, what the agenda here? Was it mission accomplished? Why is he directly going back with home? Because the way he arrived home today in a very cheerful way, and all of things. Why is he taking back home? And what is the CMC moving forward going to do after an array of different kind of a situation with the government of Liberia related to some of his businesses and all those things?
Well, he didn't come over here seeking to take things back home.
No, what I meant, what he's taking back home as to the achievement, as to
the achievement.
Why he's going to tell people as to what was it as to hell here? Why is it? That's what I meant. I didn't say
got you.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Got you. So yeah, he is going back home, leaving a much rejuvenated diaspora organization. He came in here. He was here briefly in July. We didn't have a chance to have a full-blown meeting of the diaspora organization here, and so he came on here so that we could tighten things up and kick off our recruitment process. Quite frankly, our diaspora recruitment process is not on par. It's not at where we want it to be, although we're making good progress. But we came in here so that together we could sit. And like I said the other day, we had a very productive meeting on Saturday prior to the evening event where we agreed on a couple of measures. As I speak to you, we're in the process of erecting a chapter in the Philadelphia area with the lots of people who have come up. They want to lead a chapter. Our requirement is you have a certain number of people in the locale. They qualify to erect a chapter. So far, the only chapter we've had is the Minnesota chapter that we went back in June that was erected. So we're getting ready to stand up that chapter. We're looking to the northeastern seaboard, which I run. I can speak for. We're kicking up efforts to lift up this region. There were also other regional leaders. The Midwestern regional leader, Miss Didi, was here with us in Philadelphia. She's getting ready to also have some event in Arizona and other parts. We're trying to also live our Southeast region. So basically, he came on here so that we could all plot, our roadmap going forward and set specific benchmarks. Because all along we were in the organizational stage, just trying to set things up. But now we think we have sufficient foundation that an organization can stand on now. So we need to begin to build upwards now instead of just building laterally. So basically, that's what he came to do, and I think the meeting was very productive. So I could say he's going back home pretty much pleased, knowing that the diaspora organization is expected now to spring up in full gear and begin to step up the recruitment. So I think that is, I think that is something that he's going home with pretty satisfied.
Okay. So then going home pretty certified. So what is there any plan for the CMC to have national convention? We just hear people having some some pockets leadership being appointed. When is the CMC? They say the fact that now you are a full-grown political institution, political party wanting to contest for the Liberian leadership of the country. One would say the one now want to have you to public scrutiny, if you will.
Right.
The political leader himself was never elected and all those things. So when is the if you have, why we still have the time talking about the CMC leader triumphant entry back the way he was welcome, not means not say triumphant, but the way he was welcome today and in a more happy way and other things.
Right.
When is the national convention of the CMC so that instead of just appointing, because I may be wrong here, I believe most of the structure you have now here in the US, in other part of the world, in Liberia, or everybody, basically everybody is yet to be elected officially. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, correction. The political leader was elected. There was our first convention at which the party was launched.
Okay.
He was elected. What we don't have is a stand-up bureau. That will be decided at the convention. But to answer your question, yes, we had been putting in place arrangement to go, and all of us are expected to go to Liberia and formally launch the program. Tentatively, we had eyed November, but there's not a hard deadline yet on that date. But yes, pretty soon we expect to do that. There are a lot of things that are taking place there. You're talking about shipping, party paraphernalia. All of that takes time. You know how it is here. You ship things from here. It takes nothing less than 6 weeks or so. So we want to make sure we have all of that in place. But yeah, pretty soon we're going to announce a date at which time all of us will converge on Liberia and we'll have our national convention. But it's in very near terms.
It's in near term.
It's very near term, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we know. I just want to also just brush on that now that you came on, that's why I was saying we would have it wouldn't have been fair to discuss the CMC with nobody to come and make some intervention on behalf of the party or so. But but how far are we now on the recent thing I heard you talk about this? We will end on that when we move to the next topic. How far are we about this this whole thing about the FPRC versus the political leader of the CMC? Has there been progress made? Because I was told that I think you sounded that way before on the show, that there was an attempt to also go to court to course correct other things. Is there any plan to challenge what they did, or is the CMC leader just going to succumb to what the FPRC authority is saying, or the government?
Well, the political leader has referred the matter to his lawyers. This matter is in court. But if you recall, several issues, national political leaders have come up to say what I think the LPRC is doing is untenable. And they have requested that all the parties involved stand down, pending, negotiation of all parties at the table. Samuel Koga being one of the latest who added his voice to this. You heard Melvin Snow say that. You heard Amara Conning. There are lots of people. And so the matter is in court, but why it has been decided, other actions have been taken. For instance, there is going to be a solidarity march happening on Saturday, 4th of October in Ganta. You know, our party members and other sympathizers and friends of CMC, they will come out and tell the political leader that they understand he's being prosecuted, you know, unjustly, and they stand behind him, and will continue to do that to show to the government that we think what they're doing is in error. They need to go back to the drawing board. First, PRC does not impose taxation. You know, they may call it tariff or whatever it is. That's taxation. That responsibility rests with the legislature, not MS2 and PRC, and they know that. I think they're just testing Musa's, you know, part. So the lawyers are taking care of that, and we think that that action will not stand. We think they will be reversed. But to answer your question directly, the lawyers are handling that. As far as we're concerned, he's going back home. While he was here, there are reports, you know, that they went out to, you know, try to seize streamers and all of that. You know, they can't do that. So he's going back home. I believe there's going to be a court date soon, but the lawyers are handling that. Why, of course, politicians are also trying to reach, you know, a negotiated, you know, resolution to this matter.
Thank you.
It is clearly a politically motivated action. I can tell you that. First of all, the so-called reduction in the storage fee is not a reduction. It's taking money from Musa and Shrimpers and giving to LPRC so that Prince Moe, Jeremiah Cohen, and the rest of them will go in at night through the back door and take that money out and go and fund their campaign. This is what all this is about. When you look at all the money that they're taking, it is going back to LPRC. They have this is a nice here, nice road construction, whatever it is. All of the money they're taking from him is going back to LPRC. It's not reducing the price of gasoline on the local market. That's not what this is about. This is about building a piggy bank for these do-nothing people, not so smart people, unable to raise money on their own. They're going through government funds to raise money for the campaign and fund their campaign. This is what this is about. And they need to find a different way to raise money. This is not a way to raise money. And we are going to make sure it doesn't happen.
Okay. We will take some time probably to really go into that, but only is saying that it is the right of LPRC. They got the regulating power according to the law that established it.
They don't have any power to import taxes.
Yeah, it's not about taxation. It's about putting into place regulation.
But this is what it is. They may call it whatever name it is. It is taxation. So they may call it whatever name they wish. This is taxation, which is a responsibility that does not fall within their purview. They don't have the power to import taxation, and they know that. They know it.
We will have to take some time actually to really jump into these things and go to the bottom of it, do some more deeper analysis and ask on how to get some other answers about this.
Absolutely,
we'll quickly move to the statement made today by today or whatsoever by Alexander Cummings, one of Liberian prolific we were a corporate individual that came from Liberia, lived some time ago somewhere around the Nikuta, Popo Beach or Point 4, and came to the United States, went through the rank and file, again one of the very successful corporate individual in this country, very successful. The first time I interacted with him was in Arizona, and I listened to him, and he said to me, anybody can be very successful. He went back to the country to get into the politics in Liberia. It had not been that well for him. But he's still one of the respected individual, and I've got one of the unfinished respect for him. My respect for him is unbending, to be honest. But he says something today. He participated now in 2 successive elections in Liberia. The first elections, I think he accumulated around almost 7% thereabout. The most recent past elections, the 2023 elections, I think he accumulated a little over 1%, if you will, as per the record from the National Election Commission, the NEC. Something most of his partisans and well-wishers at the time vehemently detested. And not only that they detested it, other folks, other political commentators also share similar position, if you will. Today, he's coming up vehemently also saying that he rejects the results of 2023. He's saying that. So I'm saying that to us. I will start with you, Johnny. So we'll make this interactive. So 2 minutes. Why you believe Mr. Cummings is now coming out to say that he rejects the 2023 election at this time?
Thank you, Pewee. I mean, for me, I don't really see the value. I don't see any value in our statement. Yeah, that he rejected 2023. So what? That's the question I have to ask. And so what? You reject it now, and so what? So what is it that you know that you couldn't reject it or make a statement against it in 2023 when election results were announced? But we've gone almost 2 years. Now you're saying you reject it. And so what? What do we do? So what do we do? I mean, I don't think I have much to say. What do we do? So I think that statement should have been made during the election result pronouncement. And I remember very well Dr. Monimba Clarence, he and the current foreign minister, I think they signed some MOU, some document requesting for an audit of the election process. And there was something they requested for. Since then, no follow up. So we come 24 months after the elections, and you say you don't accept the result. What do we do about that? So you're telling us now that you don't accept it. So what do we do as people? So I mean, I think we should be looking at how we can engage more with the people of Liberia in the sense that they will see us as the best alternative to all of the groups that we have that want to be, that want to lead Liberia. But to discuss the result, they say it wasn't fair or I don't accept it. So yeah, so what happened? If you don't accept it, so what? What do we do? Go back to hold re-elections? Or what? Are you saying that the government is legitimate? So I think he need to go further and explain. If he says he does not accept or he reject the result, then go further and explain. So what do we do by saying that to us? What are you telling us now? Are you saying that we should make the government to be? We should see the government as an illegitimate government? And I don't know what he really want us to do. I
Yeah.
don't have much.
Yeah.
Let
Okay.
Mr. Nagbe come in.
Yeah. Before Nagbe can come in, I want Myean, please play, because Mr. Cummings spoke today at one of the intellectual center CEO. I think it's CEO. CEO, where he spoke today because they invited. He spoke to CEO today. So Myean, can you play before then? This will give Nagbe, Mr. Nagbe the position. The understanding not to come out, so how he coming over his side of it. Myean, please just play what Mr. Cummings said. That particular. Can you just cue that particular excerpt so we can listen to it? Myean, are you there?
Yeah, I'm asking that we have two cues here about the draws issue or about the
issue about the
1%.
elections. The elections.
Okay, the 1%. Okay, so yes.
I want you, because that's what we want to. We'll go back later to the drugs issue, but we responding to the aspect of the election for now. So
Okay, so yes,
the statement about his 1%.
So look, I'm a proud 1%er. People say that because they think it will embarrass me.
Yeah, come just give me a minute. This one, it's not that clear. Okay, so are you hearing the sound?
So look, I'm a proud 1%er. I know people say that because they think it will embarrass me. Changing Liberia will start with 1%, 2%, 2%, and over time.
Let me get it set because
get it set. When you make sure you get it set before. But Mr. Nagbe, while he said it today, while we're waiting to cue it,
right,
to have it play. What you have to say to that? He's the political leader of the ANC. His performance in the past election was very dismal. 1%, as per the election commission report, not me saying that. And he's not coming up now. And after the election 2023, he didn't reject the results. He didn't send on those things. But he's now saying, as Johnny said, 24 months after, why is he trying to prove here?
You know, Sylvester, I again,
So look,
Okay, Mr. Nagbe.
I'm
Sorry about
a I'm a proud 1%er. I know people say that because they think it will embarrass me. Changing Liberia will start with 1%, 2%, 1%, 2%, and over time we'll change this country. But let me also say that, as the chairman said in his introduction, I think the 1% was a fraud. It was the intentions of what I call the political class to try to make me relevant by driving that outcome. Gentlemen, but look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I can't spend too much time on the past. You can only learn from the past. You can't change the past, right? So, it is what it is. As I remind people, between the first and second round, former President Myean came to ask for my support. Current President Bola came for my support. If the 1% were real, I'm not sure they would account. But again, that's behind us. That's not focus. I said I'm a proud one. I'm making some t-shirts. Proud 1%.
Yes. So that's it. He said that it was not real or fixed by the family result, not real or fixed by the elite pool.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. You remember the red card and all that during the election. He's a pretty smart guy. But look, let me tell you something. I supported the CPP, right? My UPP did not put up a candidate, and I supported the CPP in these elections. I have a lot of respect for Alex Cummings, but as a strategist, I question some of his moves as a political strategist. Look, when the elections happened, there was a lot of reporting about how he was robbed. Exactly what he's saying, that the intention was to render him irrelevant. Michael Rubin, a very well-respected foreign policy advisor to the U.S. government, has it documented where zeros were removed or added, where all kinds of manipulation were done to the ballot to make Alex look like he didn't win anything. And that information was before the CPP. And they refused to follow through. Johnny alluded to Cyril Bessel, who is now the foreign minister, or Moneyba, who is now, the line of people. They banded together to protest the election for how long? A week or two, and they abandoned the protest. So yeah, Johnny is right. Right now, I don't know to what extent they expect to benefit from this. The people who gave in the 1%, who were the CDC people, and who was he hanging out with recently? Isn't that George Weah? Isn't that George Weah you were hanging out with? So all of these contradictions, sometimes they make me wonder, whether Alex is really ready for prime time. Alex,
you think he's contradicting himself?
I think yes. I think there are some contradictions. I think he struggles with some of these decisions. Look, if you remember the first round when we won, he denied us in the second round-up. Do you understand me? Something that I think he should have done to stay in the game. He didn't do that. This going election again, he said he voted for one of the two. It was Bwaka or Weah. Up to now, I don't know who he voted for. And then the CPP honored him. He left the institution to decide which way they wanted to go. To me, that is not an exercise of leadership. Some of the people you remember, some of the people supported Weah, some of the people supported Bwaka after the first round. Do you understand me? So now he's coming back. I like the fact he's printing t-shirts and all of that. We start with and for he's right. Everybody Bwaka says a 1%. The difference between he and Weah in the second round is less than 1%. So he's a 1%. So everybody should be proud to be 1%. But to the extent that your 1% takes you to the executive mansion, I think that's a big difference.
I just pinged this comment from Nora. Do you subscribe to this?
That
Emmett Hammer results that he at the time when announced, or when he was announcing it, he had this M16 gun all. You think MMA result is better than that 2020?
We call that the harmonic result. We know him. I'm a cheater for though, but to the extent that it is better than this, I don't know. I have no comment on that. But to give it back to you guys, I think Mr. Cummings needs to make a decision on African politics. Is not a ballroom. It's not a Western ballroom. Sometimes you have to dig in. You have to pull, and dig in and exert himself. I think sometimes he leaves too much to chance, to decide. And I think it is not working for him. And I don't see much by way of change from what happened in the previous election. I haven't seen. I'm sure they're making some adjustments. Some of the guys were here, or I think 2 or 3 of them were here, and we were talking to them. You heard what the other guy said. The global chair, Dr. George something. What did he say? Unless you've been with the CPP for the past 3 years, you can't rise up to the leadership. What the hell does that mean? The people who are with the CPP for the past 3 years, they're the one who gave them the 1%. So naturally, those people cannot be the same people to be dependent on to take them to 2029. But that's the kind of logic they're implying. And to me, that doesn't represent change at all. Those are people who are going to be doing the same thing that Alex is talking about. Don't do the same thing and expect different results. What they're doing the same thing and they expect different results. It doesn't make sense to me. That's why I say Alex, he's full of contradictions. He's a very brilliant man. I think he's a very accomplished, very, very capable man. I think he can be one of the best presidents that we've ever had. But his strategy to get to the executive mansion, to me, is unclear at best. I think he doesn't know how to get to the executive mansion. He needs help. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Johnny. As one of our followers said, they believe that Cummings lost his moment, his momentum, if you will. Let me quote the person verbatim. Do you subscribe to that?
Yeah, but what do we see in the country? I mean, I think that is why you see now he's coming back, trying to visit populated communities to reconnect himself since the elections. And so since 2023 elections, yes. I mean, the momentum he had in 2017, the same strength he had in 2023, Senate result, it has dropped. Momentum has dropped. So I think that's why now he's moving around, trying to reconnect himself, build a relationship with the population, and find a way where the population can see him as the alternative for 2029. So of course, yeah, it's obvious that he'll drop momentum. And he's trying to build a momentum now. But if he had a momentum he still had, he wouldn't have been going around today. He would have been moving forward and doing things more than what he's doing now. But I think because he himself recognized that, a lot of things have gone away. Because, for example, in the CPP, he had someone like Musa Blede with him. Musa Blede has his own political institution now. And I also know that some of the guys that were in the group with him from CPP collaboration are now following with Musa Blede. So that's all, a manners for him. So, yeah, of course, his momentum has dropped. And I'm sure he knows that. But people know that. And that's why they're trying to build or rebuild relationships now, rebuild linkages with everyone that they worked with before.
Do you think if now a lot of things coming up from the perspective of the ANC, if you will? In recent days, we heard a weeks or so, we heard the ANC USA chapter plenty of very robust convention coming up soon in the great state of Atlanta in Georgia. That's coming up sometime very, very soon. I think it's going to be this month or so. I don't know when, but it should be soon.
It's October, yes.
Yeah, this month. And then we gather information too. There's going to be a massive convention also going on back home in the country, Johnny. You think these different kind of recalibration tactics or effort, you don't think it's geared towards trying to reboot his strength and just put him back in the shape of contestation, if you will, politically, electorally?
You're asking me or Johnny?
That question will also go to you. I just wanted Johnny to land quickly on that.
Okay, Johnny go ahead.
Then Johnny will do that in 1 minute. Then you take it off on that.
Yeah, yes, Pewee. So, like I said, I mean, he knows that things are not the same as it was in the last election. So he's trying now to rebuild. So all what they are doing now in the US or in the diaspora and also to plan to do what we want to do in Liberia. It's all about rebranding himself and rebuilding momentum of ANC and Mr. Cummings. But I think one thing I think they should do, they should do is let's see, because his name is all there across the country. That one thing he has done in the two elections. I mean, in every county now, people tell you about Cummings, Cummings, Cummings. So people know Cummings now. The name is already a known, factor in our Liberian politics. AB Cummings. So I think they should try to do a survey, a survey of the population, maybe out of 15 counties, take maybe 7 or 8, do a survey around and see what people are thinking about him. Then that will help them. That will help to set the basis for what they want to do now as we move forward. So that's what I think.
Okay. Mr. Nagbe, you want to use this as part of, you add this to it also. There's also a growing speculation, and I'm saying speculation in certain quarters politically, that is on a mission to set the pace for coming. So just get back on board on the whole CMC, ANC collaboration things, this collabo that may just come out. It's just, are you sharing certain inclination?
To be honest, right? I really, really, I am very reluctant. I have a lot of respect for the ANC. I'm with CPP now, but I'm with the CMC now. But I have a lot of respect for it. So I like to be as measured as I can. But look, Sylvester, you are a strategist. So is Johnny. The ANC has been dormant for a while now. That is a fact. They haven't done anything for over 12 months. So you're coming from dormancy, you're trying to reboot. Organizing a political gathering poses a logistical nightmare. You know that because you want the best, you want everything to happen. For a party that has been lined out, you think it makes sense to launch in Liberia and launch it simultaneously? You think that's the best reuse of your resources? I don't know. I don't know that. I really believe that, look, they had an event in Minnesota right after we came out of Minnesota. Have you heard about that event? Back in June. I think the very weekend we came out of Minnesota, they were in Minnesota too. I have no idea how that went. And so I think this will be their second major event in the States, in Atlanta. If I were advising, I would not try to couple that to what is happening in Liberia. Because why? It's almost the same people who will be sharing notes and trying to organize these events. You have them working their tails off here in Atlanta, working their tails off in Monrovia. That is a logistical nightmare. How do they expect to pull that off for a party that has been? Yeah, I understand. The CNC has been around for a while. They have sleepers, they have cells all around. So they may reactivate it, but let's just look at the logistics. So if I were advising, I would say, okay, roll off on Monrovia. Let's reorganize here, do Atlanta, all of that, and then we can all go to Monrovia and make it a big event. That's what I would advise to do. But to the event that they want to do the both of them, I know they want to make a bold statement, but there is a real risk there of not achieving maximum satisfaction in terms of anticipated results. So yeah, I've heard that they want to make it a big deal. They want to launch in Atlanta and launch in Liberia at the same time. And the politics of late has been crowd politics. People are comparing crowd here and there. Everybody want to see, what kind of crowd you will pull and all of that. And I hope that is not, what they're playing to. But I think it would make a lot of sense to do it one at a time. I think do the diaspora, get it in place and all of that, get it set up. Or maybe they have already done that. I don't know. If they have done that, then that's fine. But to do those two major events simultaneously, I think it's a challenge that I would avoid if I were in their shoes. I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do it?
I wouldn't do that.
So are you by any chance insinuating that they're still lagging behind?
I'm not suggesting that, but what I said was seen as they have.
You don't want to do the two, so that's what anyone want to think that way.
I don't know if it is only because I think they are lagging behind. It's just that because I think they are trying to resuscitate the party, right? There are a lot of things that are not in place. Let's be honest. Look, you as a strategist of
do you think the former, because most of it was the former want to play a very major role with the ANC and that of that
CPP.
CPP collaboration thing. And
Yes.
I think you supported the same tendency also. Do you think people like Ability and the rest of the people leaving to establish party, follow decapitated saying the institution ANC and being struggling today? Can you attribute the problem, some of the problem to people like Honorable Ability that left also? That
So
may have some trust and confidence in to say, okay, we will use this same thing to come back and rebuild, but he left now and go establish his own party too. You think that another wahala?
So I want to be very careful here. I don't want to sound, I don't want to be misinterpreted.
No, you're a political person. I'm deliberately asking you the question.
No, I'm coming to it. I'm coming to it. Look, you, myself, and Johnny and Jerome will make appearance here every day, as insignificant as I may be. When I leave here, there will be questions. There will be an impact. When you leave, there will be an impact. It's just normal. We've been associating here. We've been doing it together here. People enjoy watching us here together. They will ask you questions. What happened to Nagbe? Musa Ability leaving the CPP, I think it will be foolish to think that it will not impact, the collaboration. Yeah, of course, the CPP has dissolved. I understand that. But yes, it will have an impact. And these are some of the things I'm saying. They need to find a way to fill that void. And that takes time. I'm not saying Musa Ability as the individual, he was so important. But the fact of the matter is, he was the head of the CPP. And now he has left to establish his own party. Some of the people who worked with him on the CPP have joined in. Some have also remained with the ANC. That is a fact. It cannot be ignored. So all of these bridges, they take time to reconnect them and reestablish and resuscitate. And this is what I was saying. I would have worked on the diaspora first, get it in place, and then go to Maria. I was going to say you are a strategist, Johnny. Is one of the best indications of momentum is recruitment. Are they recruiting? Maybe those are the questions they need to answer. What are their internal analytics telling them? Do they have a way to monitor people who are gravitating towards them? If that answer is an overwhelming yes, then I am wrong. Then they can go ahead. But I know it takes time for this kind of thing to happen. Even we in the CMC, we continue to look at our numbers. There's certain targets we want to meet. And I just told you, we don't think we are meeting the targets here in the diaspora, and so we need to redouble our effort. There's certain places we need to be. We're doing well in other places. We're not doing so well in other places. Our analytics are telling us. So now we need to get to work and plug those holes where they exist. And I think it is the same with the EMC, even the CDC, even the UP. It is par for the course. So once you do that, I believe, especially the party that has been dormant for a little while, then I think you can go ahead and launch formally in Liberia the whole group, the diaspora, the local, everybody together. You make a big show.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But we listen. It's important that because the fact that we're running down 2025 now, very soon into 2023, by the grace of God, we're going to see a lot of things, changes, a lot of movement into different areas, a lot of mobilization, different kind of amalgamation of different forces, and the appropriate forces were aligned at the appropriate time, and you're going to start seeing a lot of different changes politically. There's political shenanigans will unfold, different kind. We will see these things unfold. But there's this development coming up today is very important also. Pewee, he's no more, but his legacy and history are going to continue to push into Liberian politics and into the role he played both when he gruesomely executed on Kamara, the former president of the Republic of Liberia, Dr. Samuel Kayando. Then he also deflected from the NPFL and formed the INPFL, the Independent National Patriotic Front of Liberia. As history, we all know that. But immediately after executing that terrible execution of the former president, he was heavily hit by the NPFL, and he fled the country by the help of ECOMO at the time into exile in Nigeria. Came back from exile in Nigeria 2005. Contested the election as an independent candidate, won then as the senior senator of Nima County, and then his junior senator was then Adolphus Dodo, and then ever since, and he won every other elections up to 2023. Unfortunately, he met his demise on I think it was the 28th of November of last year. But while he was serving as senator of Nima County, Everybody knows that he is known to be a notorious person, a very erratic element, and all those things. But there's one thing that men capture both our international partners, including the United States of America. He was even sanctioned for that. Say he was noted for pay to play. The key word is a pay to play. And as part of the reason in that is sanctions, dossier that I was looking at it today, going through it also again, when this report came out. But during that, those period of pay to play, he accumulated for himself tremendous wealth that he used some of the proceeds allegedly from that pay to play to build a very huge university in Nima County. Now it is Roman today. After his demise last year, it is almost a year now. Next month, going to be making it 1 year since he left us. May his soul rest in peace. After his demise, there's report coming up that the university is being sold up for $8 million United States dollars. $8 million. And allegedly, I will say that, Mr. Nagbe, and students, the many students that already paid tuition and fees for this academic period are now demanding refund. The fact that they getting information that's so. My point, leaving all these things up, was it right, if you will it be right if the government, let's agree that the whole rumor about this, the selling of the university is fake, it's a fake news. Should the government of the Republic of Liberia come in to subsidize this university and allow use this area? Because in other countries, government gives something, even the federal government gives subsidies to states run institution or other institutions here in this country. Should the government of Liberia subsidize that university to extend the educational system in the country, or was it right, if it is true that the university was sold, was it right to sell that? Is it trying to just kill his legacy? Because the intent, he told people before, the intent of building this university was to keep his legacy going. Now, back before the government issue, Johnny, I will start with you. If it is true that this university was actually sold, is this meant to just damage his legacy? Was it a good thing by whosoever? I don't know who is the next in king. I mean, who got the in terms of next in king to do this administrative right to sell? But was it right for the person to do that? If it is true that the university is actually gone.
So, the first thing is, I remember some time back, the late senator spoke about turning this place over to the government to run it as a government university. And he said he was doing that as a payback to society for young people to get a place to go to school. I don't know whether that was successfully done, to have the institution turned over to the state, to be managed by the state, and so that it will be a state university. Uh, the rumors about the sale, I heard it today. You know, right now I'm speaking to you. I'm in Nimba. I'm in Ganta, for a matter of fact, and I heard it from a few guys, but I wanted to get it to be like confirmed, from the stakeholders, from the real people who managing this university. Because I passed by the university a few days ago. I saw the place quiet, like closed, like nothing happening. I didn't see it active, like, a school, like students in section. But if it wasn't, and the thing is, if this building was not turned over to the state, and it still remains Mr. Johnson's property, then of course, if it's managed by his family or whoever is managing it, if they realize that they don't have the support to manage this university, to run it as a private university, and want to sell out to somebody, I think it's all right. They should do that. And maybe somebody better, maybe Mr. Nagbe, for example, can talk to his people to buy this building, take over this building, and run it as a vocational technical university or something. It's a building with many rooms. Even though my uncle people say it's huge, it's not as huge as you think it is, Pewee. Because in my eyes, as a development person,
For that setting,
yeah, I mean, yeah,
yes,
it's just like a one building for one, like it's just a building like for one college or for one department or so. Or even just for a high school, for example, that building resembles a a real high school endo complex. But anyway, that's why it is. So yeah, and like I said, if Mr. Johnson did not turn it over to the government, and the government is not the one that is managing it, and it is within the custody of his family, and they are the one managing this place, and they feel they don't have the requisite cash to run it, they want to sell it, it's their prerogative to sell it. The only issue is that they should be able to work with the students that are in now, so that they don't create another problem encounter where students or young people go out demanding for their, for refund. I mean, if they can keep the school open up until they can have the somebody come to take over, and that would be good. But they should not allow the situation to go out of hand where the young people they will be demanding for refund. And Liberia, every little thing could tend to be violent, and we don't wish that we should come to that level at that public or at that institution.
Myean, do we have any a video to just showcase the university?
Well,
do we have anything that you can?
Yeah, so this is the head of the student. He's the head.
But what is happening is that we pay our finance at the institution. From 2022 to 2024, we started paying our fees, and none of us owe the institution. According to them, you have to be financially clear before you write any exam. And all of our students, 99% of our students were financially clear before writing any other test here. But 2024 December, because Senator Prince Johnson died in November, 2024 December, Senator Prince Johnson died. And the week that he died in, we prepared to have our founder in our week, but unfortunately we dressed it again. It didn't work out. Then they scheduled for December. December, we did our founder in December. When we're done with our founder, from December, January, school closed. I mean, the December school closed. And then January, 3 years were laid to rest. We gave February for moving process. March, they called for a meeting. We came on the meeting here. They promised us that school going to open. April, May, and so forth. We waited. There was nothing like that again to us. When we speak in the chat room, by sending communication, the administration cannot get to us. They can't give us a concrete information concerning why the school has not yet been open, the school is closed. So when they tell us, when we keep on asking the chat room, there is no reason.
I mean, the spokesperson for the students of the PYJ University here. So we're now moving around the facility, but these are few students who are currently on the campus. They are demanding transfer document, and also compensation from the administration here. And so
it should be signed.
Okay.
It should be signed by the Commission on Higher Education of the Republic of Liberia. Okay. That students from PYJ should be accepted across all universities in Liberia, not just a document, just get a document say you go. No, the Commission on Higher Education should sign that document. That anywhere that we go in, we should go there. That the weekend is also part of the board trustee and also the Commission on Higher Education. So if they will say that and then we'll just see us suffering and then call future leader when we are not going to school, level 2 years close school because of $8 million business, we will not take it, we will not get out of it. We stay friends. Nobody can open the building yet.
We're going to be here tonight. We're also going to be here with you guys tonight. It's a good one. But I love you, the facility, broad day. Thank you, Roland. Thank you so much. We'll still be with you tonight. So that was Roland B. Yomin there speaking to us, expressing preference on behalf of the student community at the PYJ Polytechnic University. But that these are various women from diverse background that were here this morning. From this morning up to now, they were doing cleaning up. I'm told they have already completed their process here. But the information is indicating that this property has been sold for $8 million United States dollars. It's a huge allegation that we all tend to have it confused. This is it. This is the back. They are like confused to know whether the person who is buying this property will use it for whatever, probably a guest house or whatever. They don't know, so they are demanding their document. And we've told tonight they're also going to be here. It's going to be a huge one that will seriously be very argumentative here this evening. We're going to be around also because the student will be demanding the manager on ground not to open a place, and the manager will be demanding to open a place. So it'll be a dramatic one this evening where we're going to be here to witness. But
Mr. Nagbe, you take off on that. We heard from some of the students, and that's why we stated from the beginning of the show when we were trying to run through the headlines. We stated that it is Roman and it's alleged that the university was sold, and we getting some information on some of the students. These are some of the parties involved into the whole thing. So what? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate. I think it is part of the unraveling of I don't want to say them, but Senator Johnson really he fought hard to hold that county together, and this is part of his legacy. I agree with your opening that if the government really wants to help to protect this senator who actually helped this government win the election, they should try to help to keep his legacy alive by going in there because I mean it is obvious that I think there are financial problems that the university is faced with from the gentleman's narrative there why the university has not been open and all of that. Obviously, I'm sure the questions of paying the staff and administrators and stuff like that. Even when the senator was alive, that university struggled. We know Alex Cummings gave them $50,000. We all know that during the senator's time. And recently, Musa Ability was on campus there. There are plans for him to go and construct a dormitory that will house over about 2,000 students because the students are having difficulties residency. So there are lots of issues that are plaguing this university, certainly, and they do need help. But the bottom line is, who is calling the shots as the executor of this of this senator? I think that's the bigger question, because the wife I think is on one side, and I'm not sure the children and the wife are on the same side. And then there are the political godfathers, the vice president, Senator Koga. I heard Senator Koga on another network indicating that he is the one who is supposed to speak for the family. But how does he assume this role? So who is to make the call on what is to happen to this university? So yeah, I mean the government here is already saddled with so many problems. I don't know if this is another problem they can afford to inherit, but I think there is a need to keep the center's legacy alive. Never mind, his politics. A lot of people who also are comfortable with how he came to prominence. You said that through the war, prosecuting the war, executing in camera, is sitting President Doe. So yeah, there are a lot of people who disagree with how he came to run. Notwithstanding, I think he did a lot for Nima County, and I think his legacy there, I think it deserves some kind of, protection. I think the university is one of them. So it really saddens me to see, he's been gone for less than a year, I think, and we're already here to, on this discussion. It's unfortunate. I don't know what the government side of the story is, but it looks like the news is true that this university might be on a block for sale to retire expenses that they may owe. I don't know, but on the look of it, it doesn't look good that the center has been gone for less than a year. And one of the things that he held dear to his heart is apparently on the verge of being disposed of. I don't know how and how it will be resolved, but it's just sad.
Sad, as you said, because I pay some attention to him often when he spoke about the church. And there was a day I listened to him. He said the capital building that he's building that school because he want to impart knowledge. The fact that he repented from his wicked ways and other things. God called him to preach and other things. He thought to give back to society, and that's one of the reasons what I was saying. Is this going to remove and just erase his legacy? right? Because I want to believe he was even, and he took time to get to put money, that's real money he put into that. And I'm not the one joshing him here to say, okay, he did this, but before even the pay to play came out, a lot of time we knew that there was time he was given money to endorse, That we knew that. So when the pay to play came out, I'm one of those that concluded that I don't think the American got this wrong. It's absolutely correct, because we were all murmuring about this before, and he was very clear about that. Before he endorsed you, you have to do this. That started from the 2011 elections when he endorsed Madam Saliva against Mr. Weah and Mr. Totman and Weah at the time. And when Madam Saliva won that elections and moving forward. It happened in 2017 when he endorsed Mr. Weah against Mr. Boakai, and we all saw the results. It also happened in 2023 when he endorsed Mr. Weah was the incumbent president. And he said, no, I will not endorse Mr. Weah because he don't want to pay the Punimba money. That was very clear that he was asking for something that would not open up to this discussion. And Mr. Weah came out and said he's not going to allow no one to blackmail him. He asked for money. He'd rather take the money and spend on the Liberian people. The rest of the story is today, Boakai is the president of Liberia because Prince Johnson endorsed and anointed someone that was a complete Johnny just coming to politics that would have no basic chance becoming vice president of the Republic today, but it was because of Prince Johnson anointing him, saying, "I will take you. You'll go there and you'll be," and for sure that was the case. And today he's gone. And my point is, and you right, Mr. Nagbe, the fact that the school will be out for sale, or even be up for sale, or have been sold. I mean, this is a sad day for his legacy. And so those people that are in, because we have this current vice president, that is because of Prince Johnson, you vice president today. Period. And what role did he play as the vice president of a republic? What could you say to the people? Say, hey, let's keep this school. The fact that we stay in power, we can talk to the government, we can subsidize this school, and it's going to also help Nigerians. Nimba County is a robust county moving forward, right? It's robust. A lot of people put into Nimba, particularly where we have the school to do business. What can the government at least give some here? What do we need? What the instructional staff here? What's the operational need of the school? The government can chip in, maybe, so we'll give $3 million every year, every budget period, to see if that can augment or that will serve as a subsidy toward you collect from tuition and fees and get the school running. People from Bon County will come. People from other county, Lofa County, are going to come in. That will serve as a regional base in terms of the decentralization of our educational sector. But to see, because if someone were to buy that school, allegedly, if it is true, probably would turn it into other fast commercial making money thing. Out of guest house, as someone said, Ganta is known for having some beautiful guest houses. I don't know if one of them Johnny in now because they know of having one of those beautiful, nice guest houses. They plenty. I know one of them is sitting comfortable. Look, I can see the web background, right? So yeah, Ganta is very beautiful of that. Good. They got some places beautiful. They got Jackie's, Vino. You go on and name them. But that's the reason. That's the reason why the men said I will build the university here and all of things. And then it's happening now today. We can see if it's true that they say his daughter, or someone is saying here today that his daughter was on live today, even accusing some of the lawmaker of saying this time to discuss these things. If the daughter is discussing this, that means she don't even have the actual information on the whole thing. So who is behind this? So if the children and his widow, they are loggerheads, so that means something is serious somewhere. And nobody knows the detail of his will. I don't think if he did any will. So if he didn't do any will, the property is going to be at the mercy, according to our laws, Johnny, the mercy of the wife. The wife going to determine what's going to happen to the property if there was no will. It's going to be difficult for the children, I'm told, and that's one of the things happening, Mr. Nagbe. I'm told the children, they will try their best, Johnny. We all understand it. We should not be a lawyer to understand that. The wife, if there was no will written by Mr. Johnson or Senator Johnson before his demise, this current challenge here now is that the children are lamenting behind the scene that they're being excluded from this. If there was no will, trust me, they're just gonna cry, cry, cry. But the wife gonna determine what's gonna happen because she's the legally. It's just unfortunate. And we thought to discuss this tonight as part of what is unfolding in the country because the school he built, apart from his legacy or what happened, what he did before during the civil crisis, he repented. We all may have fallen into the glory of God. We all. And that's what Jesus Christ even said to, and that's one of the reasons why I cannot be the one to condemn anybody. So Jesus Christ said, if you think your hands are clean, come and cast the first stone. Yeah, so I believe when he said to us that he repented, I respect and believe in on that. Despite he did what he did in the past. We all condemn him for that. But he repented. He came back, he built a church in Painesville. He was a pastor of that church. He was senator from 2006 up to 2024. He played a major role in the politics. He determined 2 successive presidents. No, 3. Now 2, 3. He endorsed Madam Salif to beat Winston Totman in 2011. He endorsed Mr. Weah to beat Bwaka 2017. And he went back to endorse Bwaka to beat Mr. Weah in 2023. Johnny, the man was a powerful man. He was a very powerful. Sad day for his legacy for the school. And he kissed her now crying. And we heard the last time Senator Darius Dillon say, imagine Prince Johnson's daughter called me. He was still living when they started having kids started having struggling. And now he's dead less than a year. His properties are off for sale. That's one of the things no man want to see happen to their legacy. If you so dream of things and you dare and gone, everything you did, everything shatters.
And I know Johnny will come in, but again, that is, the ascendancy, the ascendant. There is really he didn't. I don't think he put enough energy investment into grooming his successor. He really held Nimba together for a very long time. But in his absence, you have Samuel Koga on one end, you have Jeremiah Kong on the other hand, you have Cooper Crow. You have all these people who within their own right can lay claim to the leadership of Nimba. Because at this time, you need that rallying force that will pull everybody together, you understand me, and take politics out of it and say, look, we have helped so many presidents, our own, now our leader is gone and things seem to be falling apart. We need to come together, you understand me, and hold this country up. But like I said, this looks to be like the unraveling, and I really worry because everything now is being scrutinized through the political lens. Koga obviously wants to be the first among equals, even though Jeremiah Cohn, by examining government, is supposed to be the first among equals. Who's calling the shots, as you asked, Sylvester? And I think that's going to be very crucial in holding this thing together. Who is going to say, okay, you know what, I submit to joining. He's going to be the leader here today and moderate this set. And I won't be acting like a moderator. Sylvester won't be acting like, that agreement has to be, I don't want to say forced out, but they have to come to an agreement. Otherwise, they might end up losing a lot. This university might just be the beginning of the loss that I think could come out of the departure of this Senator Johnson. But, Johnny, up to you.
Yeah, so I mean, just to pick up from where I know Nagbe left this thing, the administration of this public bidding or this bidding, not public bidding, but this institution will go a long way in keeping the Makande peaceful and united. Because this man, Mr. Johnson, The people in Nima trusted in him a lot. They believe in him a lot. And even besides the national scene, he controlled a lot of things within the local administration of Nima County to the extent that the young people all see him as their godfather, their papa, their this and that. So his demise should not bring any issue of conflict and disagreement that will spread in the county over this place. If those who work with him, those who also benefited from his strength in Nima, cannot come together to see how they can be able to control this situation at this polytechnic school to ensure that it exists, it function and run well. It's just going to it's going to be a negative feedback to them too. They will get negative feedback. For example, the vice president survived. I think the last two political struggle he was undergoing through the hands of Senator Johnson. So he knows that today to see himself as a vice president, it is actually through Senator Johnson. From all indication, from ordinary Liberian perspective, it may be different reasons that I don't know, but from my observation of what we see happening here, I think he became president, he became vice president through this woman's interference, influence in politics. So if they will sit and allow this institution to be led into confusion, into a whole lot of disagreement among the family members and the rest of it, it's going to be a problem for them in Nima. But like I said, if the family comes together and realize that they are unable to manage this institution, and the government recognizes this, I think it's important now for the Nima County Caucus to come together to meet with the family and see how they can rally around with Aslam Mitar, or because they have a great economic asset, Aslam Mitar. They can negotiate with Aslam Mitar, maybe the 1.5 million that they receive every year from Aslam Mitar. They will go through some agreement with Aslam Mitar to see how they can use this building or this place as a Nima County technical and vocational school that it would be the best one even in the sub-region where people could even leave from Cote d'Ivoire, from Guinea, and to come to attend. But again, it depends on leadership. But I really believe that Nima Kante, Nima caucus, Nima leadership should not allow this public, this university or this educational institution to fall into chaos. I know from all indication, it will still exist. Something will happen in the next few weeks or few months that will keep the place running. It's just that right now, I think some internal politics among the family and Nima people is what causing the problem right there. Because you also, like we heard, that Senator Cook or Koga and Vice President Kun have not been having very good terms for the last few weeks or few months since he became senator. And they all have been strongly working with Senator Johnson, uh, except for Koga, who like few years back, he and the senator could not agree a lot of time on issues in Nima County. But lately, before the senator's death, I want to say that he and Koga, they had a reconciliation meeting and they reconciled. And that's why today Koga was able to work with Kun to become the senator. So I think if they all believe that this old man was the political leader for that country, and he built this thing, and because like I said, I heard a lot of time from Senator Johnson that he was building this for the people of Nima, for the young people as a give back to society, to Nima County for the war and everything that happened. So I think the caucus and all major stakeholders of Nima need to come together to ensure this university or this institution survives and becomes one of the best in the country where Liberians can go and get educated and then they can contribute to the growth and development of Liberia. That's what I think. So, I mean, there should be no argument, between the people. They should try to reconcile and let this thing exist and let them make it better. Like Pewee said, the state should take over. But again, we hear a lot of rumors the state wanted to take over. Somebody saying, some group are saying no. They have somebody who want to buy it privately to run it. So a lot of things are happening. But like Errol was saying, Brother Nagbe and Pewee and Myean, they just died in almost a year. Such a man that was playing such a leadership role for Nima Kante. You know, in 12 months, his his institution is in crisis. I think the people should take over. The Nima Kante Koko should take over and do something better, and the government too. For example, I expect my president, JMB, to get involved. If he hears about it, I think he should call all those that are involved with this thing, call them for a discussion, find out what's happening. I mean, this man play a role in making the UP to succeed as the winning party in this going election. Except the UP will not see that as something good, but I'm sure the guys believe that Prince Johnson helped them a lot to win the election. And like people said, this man has been a major factor in our last three elections. 25, four elections, like I said, 25, and that's 205, 2011, 2017, 2023. The four elections we've had, this man has made Nima Kante prominent and powerful in our politics. Today we have all the guys behaving in a way they're behaving as political influencers is because of the same Prince Johnson. So with all the negatives we will have about him being, what he was, but I think this institution should survive, and the state and all those involved should rally around and make it to. You're going to save the state from building any new university or any new structure for education. All they have to do is go through a discussion with the family for some benefit that they will get and they will have from government. Government can buy from them, make a public institution, or whatever they want to do, but they should not allow this institution to break down in chaos. That's all I can say. Pewee, thank you, and give it over to you.
Exactly the point, So, but that's what we tap in. But then this, before Myean, I know you start getting set to take a few calls. Will be ending under that between 7:45 our time. That will be maybe 11:45 or 12 latest. We're going to be signing off, but it is an open secret currently in the Nima Kante politics that there's some level of tension building between, not some deep level of animosity for now, but some level of tension building between Senator Koga and VP Kun. And we listened to some of the clip that came from Koga, and this was anticipated those that didn't know I studied Koga for some protracted period of time as a lawmaker. And I know he's an ambitious person, and the fact that he's going to be senator, I knew that if he were to get the senatorial seat, he will be a difficult person to handle. And it is now the responsibility of this current vice president and the current president, not only the vice president, to begin the management process of Koga very, very meticulously, and in an attempt to not handle him well. He may just slip away and cause some serious political distraction that may take away from them. The reason I'm saying this is that Nima County is a kind of a county that is that do actually vote on the basis of tribal line and the basis of basically they believe in serious tribal sentiments in terms of their voting, and that's part of the reason why Prince Johnson single-handedly controlled the voting narrative, and that of it was a monolithic kind of a thing in terms of the way he managed it. The fact that he's dead and gone, it may shift a little bit. It's going to shift in terms of that, and that's where it's dangerous now. But before Prince Johnson, because of the role he played for the people of Nimba, they saw him as to reveal him on a serious note. So to have Prince Johnson come out at this stage and he's gone, but this legacy is still moving through the cracks, and then you have another senator who, of course, a Gil man, and believe that. And listen, I will not be afraid to say this. Koga believe he deserved to be. He's a true son of Nimba. Let me put it that way, right? He's a true son of Nimba. He's part of the story, and they will say this. They will say this for there's a picking, and one guy that they used to play on the radio here. Prince Johnson will picking two Prince. I'm going to a university. That is a what Prince Johnson. Try to be on the radio. Because I'm coming to that university. Papa, I'm coming.
That's Ashton.
He said we'll go to Jesus Street. We'll call for Jesus Street. So you see, but also time Prince said it open. They were discussing, and he said He said, my son, Nimba County, anything I tell Nimba County, they will listen. Nimba, he said they give up almost 70% of the population in Nimba. So he didn't have it. He boasted about that. But let me end here to fight that. Let me end right here now and bring on not only our runaway panelists that be on the show you can see, but a daughter of Nimba County too. I know that Nimba County brought on the evening also. But let me welcome Susan. We've been discussing, and it's important. I want to believe you want to see development all across Liberia, particularly learning institution like the school there in Ganta, and it's rumor. It's been speculated that the school has been sold, and there's just I don't. You may have more information because you should have other information, but neighbor that we may not know also, and you are well informed because one of those on social media also. So, what are you hearing about the Prince Johnson University? I know we'll ask you question on other things, but let's start with this. The way you met or discussing, what are you really hearing about this Prince Johnson University? And the saga that is between on one hand Prince Johnson children versus Prince Johnson's wife. Who is in charge of Prince Johnson's property? What are you hearing?
First of all, I just want to make the clarification of the reason why I'm coming on here today. You think that the NEMA discussion?
No,
No.
I know, no, I
Actually,
agree.
I've been so busy behind here. I was doing my exam. I told Timely George,
Okay,
and I was meant to come on yesterday, but I could not because I had other stuff to do. And I actually told him I was coming on today.
good.
Yes, that's
Well,
why
and
I'm.
welcome back after, and we hope that this the exam was successful. I mean, you were up for very good reason. You're taking the
Yeah.
exam, so welcome. So, what are you hearing in Nimba about Prince Johnson property and his university?
I mean, the whole Senator Prince Johnson issue is just way too long. I just got off the phone with Amy, Prince Johnson's daughter,
Okay,
the one that Amy has been, out on social media speaking about her dad's property. So according to Amy, they want that legacy to stay, that particular university um to stay. They don't want that property. They don't want to sell it. However, the wife on the other hand, who is the stepmother to them, is wanting to sell the property. And now Koga is the front person in front of them because Koga is the one who representing the family, the
okay,
Prince Joseph family, as per our tradition, because he is the uncle, so he's the representative from the family. But the children and the stepmother, they are not getting along. This is where the problem is coming from. The children are wanting to go to court. They want to go to court. They want to go to court because they believe that when they go to court, that's the proper way this will be settled. However, Koga is wanting for them to resolve it. They want like I said, they want the university to stay there,
hmm,
but Koga believes that they don't have that financial, capability to be able
to operate university.
to operate it, and he doesn't want it to stay there. Like you say for like other parts.
They just go
Um,
down the drain.
yeah,
Okay.
so that's where it is. But the children now are saying that they can maintain that. They said that according to Amy, when I just spoke to her, she sorry, that was a call. A call just came in.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, you say according to
Can you
Emmy,
guys hear me?
yeah, you loud now. You clear. Hello.
She will not be able to get on until she log out and then
You
log in
can
back
log up.
because
Yeah,
they
yeah.
had
So
the sound was lost, so she will not be able to
yeah,
get on.
Susan is saying some things that is very
I
catchy.
think also if we can ask her to maybe call the daughter, I know where is
Yeah, she's
we
gonna
can
come back. I
get.
think she's gonna return the log. If
Yeah,
she got a
she's
link,
already
she'll
in the
just
back. Let
come
me bring
back.
her on. She's in the
Yeah, bring
back.
her on. Yeah, Susan, you can start from where you stop. Go ahead.
Yes, somebody call. Yeah, so
You got to answer that call, I guess. I seen call coming. Maya,
Yeah,
you there?
yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, we'll be talking. So I think she just have to answer that call and tell the person she on set and other things. And
Yeah.
sometimes the
Because
call,
the
but
person keep
yeah, this
calling.
is important. And the point she struck there about the Senator Koga, I think it's important also to note, because if you have the university uh, and you cannot front
Yeah.
row to some, go ahead.
Yeah. However, Koga needs to be careful because this thing right here, Sylvester, this thing right here is for me. I'm just speaking from my own understanding and what
Hmm.
I also know. If Koga is not careful, the blame will be, on him because there is some type of dirty politics playing behind closed door, which is the wife to Senator Prince Johnson and the vice president. They have a very, very close relationship. Yes,
Okay.
Koga being the representative for the family, he needs to listen to the children. I know that the tension is too much. He wants to resolve whatever the case is, but if he's not careful, this thing will turn out to be Koga took money from the government and they sold our father property. So he needs to be careful. And who wanting to buy this property? That's the saddest part about it. It's the government of Liberia. First, I heard Kun. Now we're hearing the government of Liberia, and Kun is part of the government of Liberia. So it's just sad to see what's going on. If the children are able to maintain that property and they want to keep that legacy, I think Koga should give them the opportunity. And if they believe that the court will be able to resolve this properly, let them go through the court process. Because if he's not careful, his name will get spoiled into all of this. Yeah.
But Susan, let get back to that, and let get back a little bit to what you said about what Koga and the children saying. But did you have the time to speak to Prince Johnson's daughter?
Yes, I brought her on my platform, I think about 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
She came on the show. I just spoke to her like about 15 minutes ago because Koga was on Spoon TV. He was saying some things there. And I called her to say, if this is what your uncle is wanting, why can't you guys just go with this route? She said, no, Susie, that's not what we want. In matter of fact, Koga is not listening to us. That's what she said. She said, my uncle is not listening to us. We're telling his stuff and he's coming forward. Oh, Amy, this is what I want you guys to do, blah, blah, blah. There was a meeting they staged, I think, about a week or two ago, which I was aware of as well. Amy was supposed to be there. For some reason, she could not go. I don't want to speak on her behalf, but it just been too long, very long. They just been going on with this property stuff.
Yes, Susie. But if I will push you a little bit on this one, if I don't, you are not compared to say what you don't know. But what is the actual story behind who is in control of the property in terms of what Amy is telling you? Is it the widow that is in charge? Was there any will from? And we discussing these things because he was an official of government. He was senator. He's not a private citizen. He was never a private citizen. He played a major role into the Liberian civil crisis and into the Liberian politics. Is there any official will from the late senator vis-a-vis relative to his property and particularly the university? Because we are getting some story from back behind the scene that the widow and the children are loggerhead on this property thing. From what you hearing from behind the scene, because you got a very big social media platform, also you talk to some of them. Is there any will? What's the contention on the property thing between the family, the wife versus his children?
As the whole will issue thing, I'm not. Amy didn't say much to me on it. I don't know much about it, but I heard her. She told me that her father told them that if anything happened to me, my property are for my children. She said her father has always said that to her.
That was a vibrant conversation.
Yeah,
But
like
at
a.
some point, you talk to her. If I were having the opportunity to talk to her, I would ask her this car question also. Now, if the father
Mhm.
said that to her, Did she at any time ask the dad, do you have any written documentation? Did you ask her that? Because as you can say, the father told her verbally and something that we cannot use in court. Did she ask the father if there were any written document?
She said something about a rating document as well. I can remember her saying something like that about a rating document where they said that the children have this percentage. I think this is the reason why they're wanting to go to court.
Okay.
And she also said that legally the father did not marry her. Like there was no white wedding. It was just boyfriend and girlfriend thing. And it just
That's another portion of it. That's what she said. So, okay, she's saying now that Senator Johnson and this is alleged widow now, because you just said legally.
yeah.
Very mindful now to say the alleged widow, they didn't
Yeah.
get married legally.
Mm-hmm.
Was it, did they get married in a customary way?
I
Did
think it
somebody
was
pay
some type
dowry?
of traditional stuff. I don't know what it is, but that's her stand. She believes that her father had many wives. Like
Oh, you're
so.
a traditional leader.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is where all of this is coming from. I want to say 50-50. I'm not 100% sure, but there
Mhm.
was some type of document that mentioned that the kids deserve so and so property. However, because we're on a platform here and I'm not on my page to just speak boldly,
Mhm.
the vice president is also allegedly also playing a major role into all of this. Like he's because for me, if you ask me, if the children wanting to go to court, I think they should go to court.
Oh
But
yeah.
again, the uncle just want to do it the traditional way, because going to court with your stepmom, traditionally our stepmothers are our mother in
Mhm.
Africa, regardless of what. It just does not appear good to the public. I think this is the reason why they just want to resolve this the family way. And I just pray that they settle this, because it's just going to be a whole lot of noise on the internet. Yeah.
So so one side of the rumor is saying that the vice president is intending to buy the university.
Mm-hmm.
But have the university been sold? Because that's what we heard today. Or is they just talking about selling it? Why is
The story the
Amy
story
saying
is
about
crazy.
uh-huh.
If they did, that means they have kept it away from the children, okay? But I'm not going to say here and say the university has been sold. That is
Mhm.
something I
No,
wouldn't say.
we didn't say that either. We didn't say that. We're all
Yeah.
speculating.
But
Yeah,
that's what
we
we are all hearing. Myself, I heard the same thing behind,
play a video. I
closed.
know you saw. We play a video. I know you saw the video we play. There's this. It said that one of the head of the student group. They said they paid their tuition. The fact that you hear Myean, can you play Myean if you dare? Can you play that Myean? Myean's. Let me see. Yeah, Myean, can you go back and play that video for us?
Which video? Which video?
The PYJ, the university where the student leader and the student leader is singing. Can you play that for us again, please?
Yeah.
So we
Yes.
just want to get some info, because Susie, the university here, the
But
students that alleged
what
that
is
university
happening
is
is that
sold.
we pay our finance at the institution. From 2022 to 2024, we started paying our fees, and none of us owe the institution. According to them, you have to be financially clear before you write any exam. And all of our students, 99% of our students were financially clear before writing any other test here. But 2024 December, because the president died in November, 2024 December, Senator Prince Johnson died. And the week that he died in, we prepared to have our founder in our week. But unfortunately, with Jersey again, it didn't work out. Then they scheduled for December. December, we did our founder in December. When we're done with our founder, on December, January, school closed. I mean, the December school closed. And then January, Prince Johnson was laid to rest. We gave February for moving process. March, they called for a meeting. We came on the meeting here. They promised us that school going to open.
April, May, and so forth. We waited. There was nothing like that again to us. When we speak in the chat room, by sending communication, the administration cannot get to us. They can't give us a concrete information concerning why the school has not yet been open. The school is closed. So when they tell us, when we keep on asking the chat room, there is no reason.
I mean, the spokesperson for the students of the PYJ University here. So we're now moving around the facility, but these are few students who are currently on the campus. They are demanding document, transfer document, and also compensation from the administration here. So we.
It should be signed.
Okay.
It should be signed by the Commission on Higher Education of the Republic of Liberia. Okay. That students from PYJ should be accepted across all universities in Liberia. Not just a document, just your document say you go. No, the Commission on Higher Education should sign that document. Now, anywhere that we go, we should go there. Dr. Walker is also part of the board trustee and also the Commission on Higher Education. So if they will say that and then we are just see us suffering and then call Peter Leader when we are not going to school, there were 2 years close school because of $8 million business. We will not take it, we will not get out of it. We stay friends. Nobody can open the building yet.
We're going to be here tonight. We're also going to be here with you guys tonight. It's a good one. But love you, the facility birthday. Thank you so much. We'll still be with you tonight. So that was Jerome Gayman there speaking to us, expressing grievances on behalf of the student community at the PYJ Polytechnic University. But that these are various women from diverse background that were here this morning. From this morning up to now, they were doing cleaning up.
Yeah, man, you had to be paying attention when you doing these things. We heard him, right? So this and Johnny, we all heard what Susie is saying that so there's this issue now. There's a big debate coming out about this, and that is a normal and regular thing like bro often time. Most of our big people immediately after the gone to our ancestor home, and there's this problem. And you know, Liberians are not African in general. We are not good at doing well. We believe that if we are well to do today to think about world, I mean, we'll come and die. That's it. So that's the biggest problem, and it always can result to families, children versus the widow, or particularly if there's the case of stepchildren, and in all the kind of line, even family that are together, married, and the teen family thing too, there can be some battle as to who for the same man, same part, will say be battle because there's no way to say this is for Johnny, this is for this is for Pewee, or this is for this, or this is for that. So you listen to
Pewee,
yeah.
Pewee, I mean, technically, the children of PYJ, the madam that we're talking about, all have some level of interest in that property. Even if PYJ did not write a will, the children and the woman have access to the property. The other technical part is whether she was married. If she was married traditionally, customarily, and that marriage is also respected and acknowledged by our legal system. So she also has a claim on it. But she cannot single-handedly decide that she will transact business or any deal with anybody in the absence of the children. That would be in crisis. And that is why I think from what I hear from our sister that Senator Koga wants to handle it within the family context. I think that's something that can be done. The children and the mother should all be able to sit around the family and discuss how do we manage with what our father left behind. That church, the school. What's about the church he left in Pinzi? What's about the house he built in Dopoh, where he lived, and other places he has. So I think the family need to sit together with a family lawyer and also, like Mr. Koga, if you're seeing Koga is playing the role, they sit and discuss where they are. If they have the capacity as a family, look, if that family is united and they have the capacity, they don't have to sell that place. They can use that place as a collateral to get money from any bank in Morovia and run it and he partner with other universities anywhere in the world to do business in that place. They should first be thinking about the future and be thinking with quality. And there was some other countries that want to buy a place 3 million, 5 million, or 8 million. That building is a very good asset. But it depends on how prepared are they also to understand how to manage those assets that their father left behind. But technically for me, if I have to advise the family, I will ask them to sit with Koga and other brothers of Mr. Johnson in the family, sit down with all the children and discuss how they can move forward with what the father left behind. They should not first venture to go to court. If they go to
Sounds
court in
good.
the first instance, it will bring serious crisis in the family, and it may even drag for a long period of time. And then people will want to use their individual influences to get in that case, and will go on the wrong road. So I will advise the family, the children of Senator Johnson, the madam that was in the house with him, and all those concerned to have a reflective meeting and respect each other and discuss how they should move forward. And they should find a genuine, trustworthy lawyer that will give them all the legal advices, legal and support that they can manage. If I were in that situation, my brother Pewee, I would not even be talking about selling. I'll be thinking about how can I make this thing to go on, to keep the legacy, recycling legacy. How can I improve this institution to make it the best in the sub region? And they have a lot of opportunities. They can work with other people around. They can organize that thing, go out to the bank in Liberia, take a loan, improve it. And once the school is running, you will pay the money back to the bank. And once you begin to make major headways in your academic sojourn, you're producing good librarians, qualified technicians, qualified librarians that can go out there and perform well, and the schooling begins to go, you'll make the money over time. But you should be worried first, or first bringing unity. That's what we do in our traditional setting. When the father or the family here dies, we all come together first to see if there were any issue or conflict, any issue or disagreement. We try first to trash all those things out and bring peace in the family. When peace comes to the family, then we'll be looking about how can we develop, how can we move forward with what our parents left behind for us.
Okay. Good. Before I get back quick to Mr. Nagbe, Susie, I just want to when you brought in Ms. Johnson on your show, did you ask her if there's other property? Because John, you were talking just about the church. I know about his home on the Dopoh Road where his wife is currently residing. And I know about the home where they bury him in Ganta and the university and the church. Did you ask her if there's other property somewhere in the country? You muted.
Yes, she is aware of all of her dad properties. Obviously, she's the daughter now. She's aware of it. She was even saying on the show that um if they don't want a university sale, if the stepmom wants, she can take this one, she can take this other one, but not the university. All right. So she knows everything. She said the stepmom, even if they want to sell certain things, she was saying, oh, if the if our stepmom want this, she can take this one. We the children can take this one. So she said all of these things. So she is aware. She's
Okay.
aware of her father, the school, the church, and as we speak, the church is not even running
The church
at
is
this
closed.
moment. The church is closed since the senator passed away. The church is closed.
This is the news. So there's no one. So there was no. Now, so I can before I come back to Mr. Nangwe here.
The
The
church
church,
is closed.
the church is an institution that's always very proactive because the church itself will have the senior pastor, assistant pastor, associate pastor, deaconess and deaconesses and all those things, right? Deacons and deaconesses and all those things, and the rate of lay readers, all those things. The board of ushers and these things. The church is an organized body. So since the demise of Frank Johnson, the church is down and closed. That's what, as the church is closed since his demise.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Mr. Nagbe, I will bring you in on this one. This is a news that we just getting up. the famous Prince Church where he used that Buddha puppet he normally would use to fire back and hit and send this, that, send that. This since his demise November of last year is being perpetually closed. And
Yep.
there's this noise, Mr. Nagbe, about other property fight. It's just a unique scenario on about Africans and politicians and other things.
Yeah, you know, Sylvester, I began my opening by saying this seems like an unraveling. And so Susan, welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank
But
you.
here we are. I mean, we were just talking about the university and now the church, and I am afraid that you know, the pieces have not they're not done dropping yet. You know, and this is really, I think, like we all said here, is it's not looking good for Nimba because like I said earlier, you know, you may have disagreed with the senator's politics, but you know, he did a lot to stabilize that county, you know, a very important county in our political construct. You know, Nimba, like you said, is very, very productive, very progressive. You know, I was in Ganta, I think about 6 or 7 months ago. Ganta is almost like probably is more active now than Monrovia, you know, bustling with life. And so the senator did a lot to help keep. I'm not saying he unilaterally, single handedly, but he was, you know, he was larger than life character. He held sway over a lot of things to keep that county together. And, you know, for all of the things that he held dear to his heart, you know, to be crumbling in less than a year of his departure, it's really, it doesn't look good. You know, it doesn't look good. And um I don't think some of these things are unavoidable. I think the like Susan is reporting, I think the infighting in the family, I think is spilling over to, you know, the rest of the political life of the county. And it I don't think it's gonna end well because it will undermine the gravitas of this county, because I think it was very powerful because of the senator's capacity to pull the county in one direction. You indicated here, Sylvester, how many elections uh, we could credit to his effort. You know, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, George Manawia, Joseph Boakai. You know, and so over the past 18 years or so, as goes Prince Johnson and Nimba, you know, so goes the presidency. And so he did a lot. And to see all of this happening, I think it speaks to you know, our Liberian state. This is not just Prince Johnson. We're talking about Prince Johnson now because you know he is his situation is in it. But this is the Liberian story. We don't seem to have respect for legacy, you know. You know, the person leaves, and in no time the fight begins over what they fought so hard, you know, to build and protect, you know. And then people come out of the woodworks, all of a sudden they laying claim to this person's, you know, sweat, blood, and tears, and everything. I think whatever it is, the children, you know, I think the family, the wife and the children. Unfortunately, I don't know what Susan can tell us. You know, she talked about the relationship between Senator Koga and the children, but I don't know if she will want to tell us too what the state of affairs between the mother and the children, and probably the state of affairs between the family and the current vice president. I think all of these dynamics, they come into play when we're talking about preserving the peace. Because right now, I think that is what is happening. There is not, I think, a peaceful coexistence. I think that's happening and is affecting every other thing. And I worry that it will undermine all of them involved. I think at the end of it all, I think all of them, they're not careful, it will impact them negatively.
Oh yes, obviously. But Susie, yes, someone is saying the PYJ is there and gone, so there's no property for him. Granted, he's there and gone, but yes, there's next of king. We will in terms of that. I will not want to be. He got children, and this is not my brother. This is not there something you say, Ja. That we understand. Yeah, I'm not disputing that it's not his wife. I don't know the rest of the story. The fact if they were married, Johnny said it, if it's customary, a marriage is also respected per our law. We have both statutory and customary laws. These are two laws in the country that we operate on angle to angle, if you will. But also, it does not negate the fact that he had children also. And so the court going to decide that if they were to go to court, but if they can amicably resolve it as per Koga own thought process, that would be the best way to go about it. But I saw someone also alleging that Jeremiah Kuhn allegedly and someone under the floor, whosoever, bought the company, bought the school. But we don't know the actual facts behind that. It's still being speculated. So we speaking from that position. That's why we say Roman circulating that the university was sold for 8 million. That is, it's a sources that have not been confirmed, and we want to say it that way. But from the angle of why we saying thing, we know there's tension building between the family, the children, and his wife, and all those things. So I don't know how, from your perspective, what is the daughter angle of now? How are they willing to take this? Now, if it is established that the university is actually gone, they sold it, will they go to court? What is she saying? Will they go to court? Because we don't have the definitive position on if the
Yeah.
school gone or not. But people are still speculating that this happened, other thing. And from the other side, is Koga also talking to the vice president on this matter? The fact that he playing the mediatory role between, from the family perspective, he's the family representation. Uh, is Koga family representation also cover the wife?
You know,
Or the wife is
uh,
talking
uh,
to the vice
uh,
president more than Koga? Why is she?
the
Why
wife,
you
the wife, the wife. This one I'm not going to use allegedly. She is very close to the vice president, then Koga. All right. Um, the wife and the children, their relationship is not too well. Even though Koga is the representative for the family, but the wife listening more to the vice president because of the relationship. Like my brother said, I don't know his name. The
Yeah,
in the blue
and
t-shirt.
yeah.
What's his name?
What, Johnny?
Diane Johnny.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so
yeah. Is
yeah,
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 Johnny.
yeah, yeah,
Susan,
Johnny.
Like,
Susan, are you talking about me or Johnny?
no, how can I forget your name? I'm talking about
I
Johnny.
know, especially when you come to join us soon. But
Like Johnny said, right? Um, to be honest with you, like Johnny said here, if that was his case, he will maintain that property just for Prince Johnson legacy to live. And Sylvester, this is the reason why I keep going hard at the current vice president of our country, because it shows his level of ungratefulness. All of this is not supposed to be happening, because when I spoke to Amy behind closed door, Amy told me clearly that since this thing started, the family feud, he has not even taken upon himself to call Amy to ask Amy what's going on. And this is a man that made you Senator Prince Johnson with, let's put God first, Senator Prince Johnson second. Because of them, those two are the reason why Kun is at where he is at the
Yeah,
moment.
I said it to them on the show from the beginning.
Yes.
It's
So
him.
it's quite disturbing to see a whole vice president of our county, Nima County, the man that made you who you are today. You're sitting down, his whole legacy has gone down the drain. First of all, the church is not running. Secondly, the children are all over on social media talking about the property. If he is not the one behind this, why all of the noise? If he sincerely loved this man and he was who he said he was to Senator Prince Johnson, he said he was the son to Senator Prince Johnson. We and if he was sincerely the son to Prince Johnson, and if he is not ungrateful, we will not be hearing what we're hearing on the internet right now. This would have been under control from the very onset. He would have put the family down, the children down, and the wife. But here he is having meeting with the wife separately. The children, he's not picking up their calls. How ungrateful he is. He is the reason that all of this is happening. The children and the mother, they are not in good terms. And who could possibly fix it? Him. Amy is afraid. She's in Ghana right now. She's saying that she doesn't want to go Liberia because she's scared for her life. The fact that some of the family are against her, some of the children are for the mom, and some of the children are
That will
with
be my next
Amy.
question. How many children in all?
They're plenty. Oh,
5, 6, 7, 10.
I think they're about 10 or 11. According to maybe 10, they were 15, but some of them pass away, and
Oh, 15. Okay.
some of them, they are not a biological children to Prince Johnson, according to the daughter, but so many trouble.
Yeah, but
But
during the war, when yeah, we're coming out, they say CO level.
but at the time, but Liberia leaders now, once they get power, they won't touch all the bright women in the country.
And the man and the man says, yeah, look at the yellow woman. The PYJ yellow woman, they get the blue. No, if you find the history of PYJ,
Pewee, but on the serious note,
PYJ is like yellow woman.
But listen, I want to thank you guys very much. I got to check out. I'll join you again tomorrow, God willing. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, yeah, we'll be wrapping up by 8. We want to do that on the dot.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night, guys.
Yeah, Johnny. Just Johnny, wrap up from there. We'll all wrap up in 2 minutes, and we'll go to Susie. She will wrap up, then we'll get to get. But on a serious note, I heard it before. I come to Johnny for you on the phone. As well as hear it, right? They say yellow woman. See your yellow woman up.
But a small power yellow we may have.
Yeah, so the whole thing was PYJ. But go ahead, Johnny.
So, my closing on this issue with Nima, this is the time we should bring the real definition of Yago Niba Yasi. This is the time we should really prove that the phrase or the slogan that say Yago Niba Yasi, one is for Niba against Paul. One is for Niba is always good. Right, Susan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, knowing that over the last 20 plus years, this man has been the political arrowhead for Nima County. Nima County has been stable because of him, even though they have some disagreements, but because of him, those issues have been resolved. I know there was a time I was doing some work in the Berege area, and there was issues where the elders said they wouldn't make decision until they hear from Prince Johnson. So that I know exactly how much influence the late Johnson had on Nima. Everyone in this country knows that. So I will advise again, people of Nima County, elders of Nima County, the family of Nima County, family of Mr. Johnson, the children, please come together, resolve this matter, and let this matter come to an end, and then you guys can decide what you want to do. Again, if they have people who will come around to advise them, to give them the necessary information, they can maintain that polytechnic and they can keep it for his legacy. They can do it. They just need to have people who be committed and sincere to them. But if they all won't go out for, oh, let's sell and take my share, that's not bad. They can sell it for 8 million or 3 million or whatever. Take the share and go. But what becomes, I mean, your father's name is gone. They may not keep the same name. They may not keep the same name on the school. Or if it is bought by a politician who wants to also have influence over NIMBA, then that person will keep the name and make it out of a political school. And I guess this is where, by parity of reasoning from our end, that the name of the vice president is coming up frequently in this matter. I think that's the background of those from his side that want to get involved and say the old man died, nobody was able to do anything. We took over his property and managed it and maintain his name. Because as much as Prince Johnson is there, he still has some level of political fight, political influence on who becomes leader in Nima, even though the situation is changing gradually, but will take some time. So I want to advise every show, please forget about first, don't go to court first. Try to meet as a family. Look at the assets he left behind. Know yourselves as children. Know your mother. Know all those that are linked to Mr. Johnson and see how you can finally come together and put this behind you and move ahead. So thank you, Pewee, for holding on this show up to this time. I see that our sister Sean just
Yes.
coming on and she coming to say move
Yeah,
on.
I think.
She come
I
and say,
think.
just can sing the chorus, don't can start new
Yeah,
topic because two
because she
of us
just
shall is going. So thank you,
we
Susan. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Pewee.
Thank you,
yeah,
Johnny.
thank you. I will hold on the fact she came. We'll give her later. We will add another 15 minutes or so. But I'm not pinning this what Joma Jara is saying of so, but other person not saying this per se. And Susie, you said something that will go back to this comment. There's a growing, deepening crisis in this thing. And potentially it may escalate to a serious political tension between the Koga and the vice president. They may go a long way in doing that. Now, one of the sons of Prince Johnson allegedly, they say he's on the platform.
But people, what you expect your mother to say? I was just listening to him. The man was not saying anything.
Pewee, I
Yeah,
watched a portion of what the son said. What he's saying here is completely different. He
Exactly.
said
Thank
that
you.
he's quite disappointed in his uncle, and he feels like his uncle is not working with them because the uncle just want them to resolve it. The family way, and the son is also saying that he does not want the property. They don't want to sell the property, but
Right.
the uncle now is saying that they should sell it because of the same maintaining what I just mentioned. So don't pay attention to what this person is saying here.
So
That this
now you be
Yes,
man.
he did not accuse Koga of anything and say, oh, Koga is the one who's selling our property. He's the one who working. No, he said he's disappointed. He
No,
lost hope in his
I,
uncle.
Susan, I deliberately brought it on so I can seek your input on it. And new serial came out, to do that also because I know partisan politics will want to play here.
Yeah.
Roman Jara is a unity party surrogate agent and other thing will want to come here
And
to
praise
promote
singer.
and praising his own institution. I believe that is the role. That's the kind of role Mambera is playing. But I want to get the input also. But my point to what Joma is saying here is that isn't there a problem between Koga and the VP on this whole Prince Johnson property thing? And I
No, their
sense that
problem, their
The problem is
problem
not
is
the property thing. It came from way
not the
back.
property. It came from
From something
Koga
else.
saying that Prince and Koga saying that Kun does not listen to him. They will make decision, and Koga and Kun goes behind his back and do different stuff. And it came down from the whole election that just took
Right.
place. The
Right.
so
representative.
before I can go quickly to Cyril here. Susan, you from Nimba also, and the reason why I'm saying this is just like what you do understand you got some cloud in the party, but you from Nimba also. Do you see this escalating that may cause serious problem between Koga and Kun before the elections?
Yes, the way in which Kun is playing this behind closed door, Kun is playing a very smart game. Koga needs to open his eyes. If Koga is not smart enough and he doesn't play this properly, it could turn on him and this could flip for 2029. And that's exactly what Kun is wanting. That's
Okay,
why he's doing all his little stuff behind closed door and doing what he's doing with the wife at the moment.
okay. Sarah, you are CDC Fitful of Fitful. I'll refer to you as, and the both of you as CDC Fitful. So it's not somebody. You are
No,
CDC
I think I will
Fitful.
ask them to join me, man.
We are receiving information unconfirmed that and both of you will speak to this. I will get back to Susan on this one. That Koga pay a courtesy visit to the former
God.
president a couple of days ago. I want to hear from you. And besides, the Youth League, I think Secretary General So, Alvin Wisse, was on one of the local news a couple of days ago, asking Koga to push to be vice president of Liberia. Is there any link from that Youth League statement, Alvin Wisse's statement, versus rumor that is circulating that Koga is visiting the former president?
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm just here briefly because I'm on my break. I want to make that very
I
clear.
know.
And
Yeah.
I want to
So
say hi to
you're not running away.
I'm not running away.
I was say you okay. Okay, go ahead.
Well, Victor, okay. Well, the thing is, I heard that Koga made a stop, at the former president, and they had a meeting for
Is that
hours.
confirmed? Because you are insider, is that confirmed that he did?
I will not confirm this. I definitely will not confirm this on here.
No, sir, don't be afraid.
Just confirm it. Yes, I confirm it on her behalf.
If you play your part when nobody was on you, don't be a coward in this place. We know you to be tough. Don't be
The reason why I said I will not confirm it is because I myself heard it, and I heard it from some stakeholders of the party.
So you are reliably informed.
I'm reliably informed, but I cannot, politics now. You can't say something and you're not sure, and you come and say, hey, and put your neck on the line. But I am reliably informed that did happen. Yes. Okay. And what's the big deal, Pewee? Politics is like a candy. It melts in anybody's mouth. It's dynamic. If the United Party was willing to sleep with the devil, you don't think citizens willing to sleep with the devil, grandma, in order to come to power? Anybody can do anything when it comes to politics. So, at this point, nothing is out of the table, I believe. And everybody right now will have to do what they have to do to make sure that come 2029, they become the winner. So if CDC is playing that game, Koga is playing his game, Kun is doing his own, it's game. It's the game that's the politics of the day. So we all have to just sit by and watch it. But what I wanted to say on Prince Johnson's property is that, it's just sad. It's sad. This is what happens when death takes place. And if there is not a will, I'm pretty sure the old man didn't leave a will. If he had a will, maybe the family would have followed the will to do something. But at this point, if there is no will, then it comes on maybe the wife to take that decision along with the kids, to come up with a decision to see what they can do. But I really, really think that Prince Johnson will be rolling in his grave if that school is sold to anyone. I think he will be rolling in his grave. I don't think he wants that school to be sold. I think he wanted that school to benefit the people of Nima County. However way they do it in terms of the arrangement to get it in operation, I think they should do that. But I don't know if it's a good idea for them to sell that school for somebody wherein his legacy will die. I don't think it's going to be good for the family and for his legacy. That's just the point I wanted to make. So the family need to come together, like Jimmy was saying. Let them come together, put heads together, maybe get some experts, get some lawyer to advise them what to do. But they need to maintain Prince Johnson's legacy. That is my point.
Back to the point about Koga visitation. You from both for angle. You from
the
CDC
Susie,
angle,
don't talk about it here. Don't mind them.
Garguah in the back.
You from the CDC angle, and you from the CDC angle, and that of from Nima also. So I'm thinking it from two angles, right? So is there any realistic system into that visitation?
The man will get something for your mom.
Pewee, Mr. Pewee, let me say this to you. with what President Weah has done for Nima, first of all, with the whole visitation of Koga, with what the president, our support, has done for Nima, whoever he wants to see from Nima, he's entitled to it. First of all, Prince Johnson took President Weah as his son.
Absolutely.
He used to visit President Weah all of the time. And according to sources, before before he departed this war, I think he had a plan to visit President Weah, I think within that same week on a Sunday. So Koga is
Yep.
our senator right now in Nima County. Koga has taken the same spot that once that Senate the
Too bad. I think you're having some
You're
technical.
breaking. So I think she went to
Yeah,
the spot
she
that
changed the
the late
word.
senator was in. So he's entitled to. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
your set
breaking,
seems to be
Susan.
break. Your set seems to be breaking. All the CC people you're bringing
Oh,
tonight. Let me say
my
a
connection
wonderful
is terrible again.
a wonderful good evening to Mr. Rao Garguah. He's not a CDC partisan. He's not a sympathizer of the CDC either. But he's a friend of a lot of insider in the CDC. So sometimes we seek it. So I would love to make this disclaimer. He's not a partisan. He's not a sympathizer, but a comrade of most of the guys in the CDC. Robert, I think you've been following the show. We started discussing for the past almost 2.5 hours
Am
here.
am I
You.
is
I
my
think Susan, you.
okay now?
No, you still coming very distorted. So you have to
go
either
out and come back in.
go out and come back, then you'll be okay. You're not clear at all. You're not clear at all. So Raul, before we'll bring Susan back, though she's going to conclude on the whole thing about confirming the visitation. But the whole Prince Johnson saga is now, the guys, they having their own personal political problem. The senator said it last time. He's not going to be nobody bare ball. He said it clearly. He said he's not going to be bare ball to either President Boakai or his vice president. And now it's deepening. Why you think it's a problem? They're trying to use this now in the
Is it
children.
okay now?
Okay, Susan, we'll let you conclude quick before we go to Raul. Try again. Let's see if you clear.
Robert, sorry, Papa. Yes. I was saying whoever if in matter CC composition of voting.
That's a problem. Raul, you can take it on from there, Raul. Go ahead.
I mean, listen, but great job. So, by the way, guys, for keeping the show on and lively. For some of us who could not come on, but we followed in the back. We've been following, just a little busy at the office, but great show. So great show so far. I think you guys done a great job. Johnny, how you doing, Johnny? But listen, with the Prince Johnson family thing, I think that I don't want to put my mouth into that because I'm not a big fan of Prince Johnson. I'm not a big fan of Prince Johnson and his politics or anything of that nature. I respect those who see him as whatever they see him as, and I want to keep it as that. But what I do know is um, when you have a large family, and this is very normal in Liberia. When you have a large family, you have a father of many children, men of home, um, comes from different mothers or whatever the case might be. I think it's important as part of your legacy to ensure that uh, your children know each other, to ensure that there's that relationship, right? All the children know who they are and what they share in common, which is their pops. Um, and it also speaks to leadership, because again, in as much as we don't like to think about it, death is inevitable, right? So it's also important, as a father, to being responsible to, uh, you know, uh, do the work to ensure that your legacy, whatever that may be, is protected. One, and that it continues even beyond death. And so many people in Nima, will continue to know the name Prince Johnson. But when you start to talk about some of the things that he did and some of the structure that he put in place, like the school or whatever it is, while he was here, when the kids start to talk about the possibility of selling those things to strangers, then you start to wonder what was Prince Johnson thinking when it came to protecting his legacy. You know what I'm saying? And for me, I looked at that not from because I'm not his son. I looked at that from a leadership deficit perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love for my dad to be here for the rest of his life to see his grandchildren and so forth and so on. But I think it would be irresponsible if my pops were not sitting with us and discussing, not just verbally, but on paper, what are some of his desires and his requests, and in any case, death were to happen. I think that's responsible. That's being responsible. And so the fact that you have um, this large family, some of the children are not even getting along with each other. Some of them don't even know each other. I heard the last time that I think two of the kids just popped up after Prince Johnson's death. Some of them were in Liberia, some are in other countries. I think it was incumbent upon Prince Johnson, if his desire was to continue a legacy beyond his presence, it was important that he brought his children together. It was important that he had conversations with them and family members on what his demands were to keep that legacy going. And that was not the case. And so whatever they decide to do, it's up to them. To me personally, I think I got nothing to do with that. Whatever they decide to do is totally up to them. I think that we as Liberians that have gone through what we've gone through as a country, though, I think we have a whole lot more to worry about. I think there are a lot more pressing issues for the for margin of our country that we now need to think about as Liberians, and I would prefer to discuss that. It's not to undermine the discussion, but that's family matters, and they will handle that. As far as Koga meeting with the president, I think it's politically motivated. I think Koga is trying to position himself against Jeremiah, the vice president, and the possibility of some sort of Nimba influence come 2029. But the real question I think we're gonna have to ask, and if there are any talks about the possibility of Koga becoming vice president, if you ask me now, without even looking at the data, if you ask me now, if George Weah was to make that if George Weah was to make that decision, I don't think politically would be a good decision to make. And so they'll have to put a lot of things into place. Can they make noise in Nima without Koga? I think there are other options that will increase that noise in Nima County than Koga. I think he's a very polarized figure. And if it's about his personal beef with the vice president, then they should have that beef. And politically speaking and strategically speaking, Pewee, and I'll close on this note. You know better than I do when it comes to Liberian politics, but just common sense and strategically speaking, I think it will help the CDC if the vice president and Koga were fighting, while CDC as an opposition were to go the other route to pick, I would say, for instance, um, uh, the uh, the Gongloe, for instance, right? In Nima. I think that will give them a better, but I would not, if I was advising the vice president, I would not think it's a wise thing to go with them. But look, we still got time. The visit, I think it add fuels to the fire with regards to the personal Nima beef between them. And I think that's what it is. That's what it is. Nothing else.
Absolutely, and I think we wanted to go by 8, but we now finally go by 8:30.
Hmm.
So we would just do that. Rather, you right about that. I think, and that's one of the reasons why we're just trying to push it to CDC style that has supporters to get the side of things. I believe the way it's going to be good for the party for this kind of a infight to continue, and I know it's going to continue. It's going to continue unabated because I know Koga for real, and Koga, and I also believe that the vice president, and it's going to hurt the Unity Party a lot if they were to persist. Um, Trump between him and that of the vice president, that of Koga, it's going to hurt them. They're going to hurt them, and then, but what it's also going to do is going to embolden Koga, and it's good. This Koga going to use this to suck some money from them. Yeah, you're going to use Koga going to have the stage here. He's not up for election up to 2032. 2032 thereabout. That's the time he's going to be up for election. You're going to go first. He can do the damage to you to get you out. And then while he said a chance, he will still be there. And if that damage was to get you out, any other government will support him to get the seat back
Right.
in back on there, right? So
Right.
he's going to
And
stay
and
around.
and also, what sense would it make? Because you see, the CDC, if the former president and others are thinking about what happens beyond 2029, remember now, Joseph Barker comes 2029. This is it for Joseph Barker. He's done. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is done. She's out the way. If the Liberian people were to give CDC another chance, that would be 12 years. George Weah will be done. He's no longer running. And so we are left with a political field where a lot of young people now, both at home and in diaspora, is going like, wait a minute. Now we have to shake some things up, and it starts in 2029 when you hear Leo talk about running for senator or whatever the case is. When you hear Fanta Kamara talk about that, there are other people who are also prepping themselves, having consultation about full participation. And so, from a CDC movement perspective, you're looking at the president to see who do you pick as VP. And from my perspective, you just don't pick someone in 2029 as VP only to win that election in 2029. You have to strategically pick someone that you think can take that torch for 2035, for instance, or elections. So I think they have to be, and you can still get the endorsement while Koga and the vice president are fighting. More than likely, if they choose to go with the vice president and support him, I think this will be a landslide because I don't think he has the political capital to win an election against, especially considering their performance. But you can still get an endorsement from Koga in Nima without necessarily making him VP because Koga is not the future past 2029. He's not the future. And so you put yourself in a situation where after George Weah leaves in 2029, if he's elected or if he's not elected, you put yourself in a situation where CDC is essentially dead because you've now been given 12 years. Unity Party has been given what, 12, 17, 18 years, and are these the two parties we will continue with based on who is VP? I think a lot of Liberians, a lot of young folks will have a lot of things to think about if that's the choice. So they have to be strategic, they have to be smart, and they have to think about the future of our country beyond 2029 when it comes to the VP pick, and not just for CDC, but even Unity Party as well.
Okay.
And Robert,
Susan,
Robert, let me just cut you off there. Who told you even if we pick Koga as a VP, that would be the end of CDC? Who said if that
Because
was the case,
I don't think Koga
that
is the
was
future.
what do you mean? You don't think? Oh, so Kun is the future, but Koga is not a
Absolutely not.
future.
I don't think neither guys are the future. What I'm saying to you is,
So who
you
do you
pick
think is the future?
past 2029. If
Mm,
right now you have George Weah is already there. Let me give you an example. If Koga was picked as VP, you may not win the election because of that. He's a polarized figure. He's not a guy who I would like to see as my president or vice president, right? And so you pick him. George Weah wins. Come 2029,
mm-hmm.
if the president cannot support the vice president, we saw what happened in 2017 when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf could not support Joseph Boakai, right? That
Mm.
said everything we needed to know. If your president cannot support you running for president after he or she leaves the pitch, then why should we trust you? So again, if CDC were to pick a candidate, given the fact that this would be George Weah last term, I think from our perspective, they should be picking a candidate who they believe can pass the torch on, and that person can represent the CDC at the presidential level come 2035. If they pick someone just to win 2029, it could essentially kill CDC because again, George Weah remains a formidable figure in the CDC. We've seen that happen. We've seen that with MPP.
Robert,
When Charles Taylor
politics is
left,
all about winning. So do you mean? What do you mean about
so
if they pick somebody who
Susan,
will
let
just
so
let
you
let,
can't
let,
so
let,
you can't win, but you can have it both ways. If you just focus on 2029, what I'm saying is you could get what you want in 2029, and that could be it for you.
Susan, let me ask you this question. While
that
you
could
on
not
there,
be it for us, Robert?
let me ask you the
There are
question.
so many people in CDC that once
Let,
President Weah is done with his term, there are so many people. We still have Joel.
is
We still
Koga
have.
is Koga option for you people? Can he be a good option?
He's one of the options, and yes, he is one of the great options.
I don't think so. I think it'll be a
Yeah,
terrible move.
Well,
Pewee,
it's okay
you
from
guys
from
know
from
that
the
Koga
ANC
has been.
perspective. Who has Combs ever picked as his vice president candidate?
I'll give an
Can you tell
example.
us?
I'll give an example. Even
Uh
listen,
huh.
and I think if you look at Cummings' last pick for vice president, I think that was a pick beyond 2023. Had
I
Cummings
can't
been given,
remember who was his pick
it was
again.
it
Who
was
was his?
Councilor Charlene Brumskin. You look at
Oh
that
God.
woman. Oh, but that's the future. What are you talking about, Suzanne? That's a woman, very young, right? Career professional, smart. She understands. Listen, that's what I keep saying. We need
This
we.
is the reason
The,
why you guys came down with 1%.
I'm
And
not
now
part of ANC. I'm not part of
uh
ANC. Let's get it right. I'm not part of
and
ANC.
now
But this idea, Susan, this
my
idea that we.
favorite
But Susan,
man,
this
Comey is
idea that we.
defending it on social media that he was cheated for the 1%.
But that doesn't make sense. Why would you go to the guy home? Both of the candidates that went to the runoff. If you really thought he had 1%, what was the essence of getting that support? You don't need him, right? Why did it not run after the guy who had 3%? He willingly offered his support. So the fact that they went for Cummings to ask his endorsement, I thought that was significant. But listen, if you look at Cummings' pick, had Cummings been given the opportunity in 2023, you can look at Charlene Bromskin and say, you know what, after 6 years, she's gotten the experience, she's been vice president, and a lot of Liberians could possibly support her past come 2029. What I am saying to you is, if you are just focused on winning the next election in 2029, fine. You may win that election with Koga, but then what's next come 2020, come 2035?
What next comes after 2025? We still got Joel. After
But
2025, we still got, sorry, I said 25, 29. We still
But
got
Joelle is
Joel.
MPP. Joelle is MPP. She's not member of the CDC. She's part of
She's
the
MPP, but
collaboration.
she served as a vice president to CDC, right?
So you pick Koga, and then come 2029, you sideline Koga and pick Joelle Howard, the Senate bearer.
Nobody sideline anybody here. This is a win for CDC in 2029.
I think that
We
would be a
don't care.
terrible pick.
We do not care about how one feel about who Koga is and who Koga is not. If Koga is going to give us the win, yes. And Koga, number one, Koga is smart. Two, Koga has been into the body politics for a very long time. I don't know where you're coming from with. I don't think Koga is a good pick because if Koga is not a good pick, I don't think the people of Nimba would
So
have elected him as a senator of our county.
Susan, you are a passionate and one of the very, very passionate supporter of and uncompromising supporter of Mr. Weir.
Mm-hmm.
Will you, if I were to ask you this question now, will you support Mr. Weir? Will you tell, if you had the opportunity to sit across the table with him or on the phone, will you tell him, say, hey, Koga would be a good way forward for the party after, because he's clear after he got one term, if he were to win this coming elections, he was going to be in office from 2030 to 2036 elections. Then he's
Well,
going to be
3035. Well, yeah, well, that's election time.
right.
Yeah.
So because he will take office 2030 January, will you say to him, Koga, Samuel Koga, the current senator of Nimba County, go as his running mate? Will you personally support that? I want to say personally.
110%.
What's part of the reason are you doing this? And I'm going to take it up from, I'm asking this question from a journalistic perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing this because of regional solidarity or tribal solidarity, or are you doing it because he's competent?
I'm doing it because he's competent. The thing with Liberian politics, everybody have their but we all have our but, especially for our leaders. Let's go down, take it down to the ability man that my brother Robert.
You know that a vice president is a potential president, right? Do you know that?
Absolutely.
I am aware of that.
Okay, then go ahead from where you stop.
So you said Robert, there was no CMC again, my sister. What I do with CMC?
You're talking about the ability.
Yes, almost everybody that I have seen in Liberia in the political arena, there is some type of but with every one of them. Even my brother Robert here, the great ability man that he always come here and shout with praises and say he believes ability can become this based on his work ethic in Nimba. Ability also has his but. Mr. Cummings also has his but. The former President Weah has his but. They all have their but. But out of that but, you will weigh which option you think is best. You might not like Koga for whatever reason, and I don't know what's the reason, but I believe Koga can represent all very well. I think about 2 days ago, I talked to my social media and I spoke about how he's not appearing more. Secondly, his social media is not active. And the kind of era we're in now is the internet era. We're not in the 80s here where you come and be doing the 80s stuff. All right. So we need him more on the internet to appear to the younger folks. So then we can get to know who he is. I believe he's competent because he has served in government and he has had some level of experience, Brother Sylvester. So this is the reason Koga served as a senator, as a representative in Nima for a very long time. And if you call in Nima and you call in Nima to do your little research about Koga, you hear a lot of great things, which I would encourage you, Robert, to do to get to know who Koga is. Not just what people are saying on the internet or what we have seen. I have heard a lot of great things. I've heard about his personality, how he is to people, how he's very friendly, he's free-handed, he relates more to human being, and that's these are the things that we need in leadership. All
so
right.
did you support were you one of those that encouraged the meeting that happened a couple of days ago or yesterday?
What I did not support any meeting. First of all, I didn't even know our president was having a meeting with
Did
Koga.
did the both men meet yesterday?
They did.
Okay.
They did.
So here is the thing.
But it was not any form of discussion among us that, oh my God, the president, the former president and Koga, they are going to go and meet and have a discussion. No, no, no. It was a decision from Koga. Koga was the one who decided to place a visit to the former president when his house got burned. So it was not like a discussion where they went and sat down to talk about, oh, my man, 2029, we want you to do this, we want you to do that. No, that is something that the public is just taking. And that's something that Kun has, he himself saw, he's seen his shadow because the two of them having their low issues at the moment. So Kun just assumed that Koga is planning to run in 2029. So they have not had any type of conversation where um anything has been placed on the table that my man Koga we want you to be our vice president. No, CDC have a lot of candidates on table, and whoever they go with, I support it. But if that Koga, I support it as well.
Yeah, but it sounds like you will be advocating for Koga if that time comes. We've seen this before. We've seen this movie before, where it seems as if
Well, you want us to take you want us to take my uncle Musa Belete?
No, I'm not. Musa Ability have already said he's going to be on the ballot, so I'm not asking you to take Musa Ability. I think that the opposition will have to consolidate, not based on this whole thing about defeating the incumbent. I think they will have to consolidate based on ideas and based on shared values.
Raul, will
'Cause
you support Mr. Weah in this coming election?
I will definitely not be passive. I will make a decision.
When will you make a decision?
I will make a decision. And let me just be clear though. If the election was between, again, Unity Party, regardless who was on the ballot, if the election came down to Unity Party and CDC with George Weah on the ballot, I will resoundingly endorse
Support
and
the
support
CDC.
George and support the CDC.
I see.
That's clear. Now, what I'm also looking at again, I think it will also be important on who CDC picks as its
Running
running
mate.
mate. I
Okay.
think that it's so important because again, come
Will you
2020,
support Edith? Will you support Edith candidacy?
I think in as much as I have my own reservations about Edith and the fact that she has not been able to win in Nima, even though she's come close, I think that Edith will
Okay.
be a better candidate
Let me
than
get
a
you. Let me get you full name. We talk about
Why
Joel
would you
Taylor.
think Edith would be
because
Joel
because
a
I'll
better
give you one
candidate
reason.
than
I'll give you
Joel
one
Taylor.
Koga?
reason, one good
Joel
reason.
Taylor. Edith Well.
Uh-huh.
Samuel Koga
Uh-huh.
and Besonga Finney.
I will pick Edith. I don't think Mr. Finley is the future of Liberia. And again, if you listen to if the names that you call, if you looked at my pick, I'm telling you that the reason why I will pick Edith over the names that you mentioned, especially Koga, is because I believe as superintendent, Edith showed some great results as superintendent. And I think if given an opportunity to become senator or representative, I think that she would do amazing as well. But beyond that, Koga has been a representative for what, over 9 years. Koga cannot show a single bill or two or five, top five bill that he's championed when it comes to education in Liberia. I'm not talking about humanitarian work. When it comes to security, when it comes to, I mean, he there's no result. I have not seen anything outside of the fact that he knows his district. He has a great relationship with them. Maybe yes, he interacts with them, buy them rights, give them whatever they need. But we are no longer in the 80s, like you said, and young Liberians abroad and home will start to push this narrative that those days and the expectation, the standards that we set when it comes to our lawmakers being rewarded on an additional 6 years or 9 years, whatever, must be centered around results. It must be policy related. It can no longer be because I'm from Nima, so I have to. I heard a young lady who said, "I only supported Koga because he was from Nima." Can you imagine that? Someone said, and this is a diaspora woman, "I only supported Koga because he was from Nima, not because Koga had the best resume, not because Koga had the best idea, not because he had the best policies. None of those things were important." So we've got to start supporting candidates who reflect 2025, not 1980 and 1970, 1960. We can no longer do that. And I'm all about winning an election. But whoever think that you cannot win an election in Liberia by dancing with the devil but still being strategic? Who said you can't win an election in Liberia by dancing? Joseph Boakai danced with the devil, he got elected. Does that mean he was ready for governance? We've seen the answer to that, Susan. And I don't think as a Siditian or as a Liberian, I don't think you will sit on this platform and say, Joseph Boakai, got elected, they won, they danced with the devil, they won. But how have that transcended or translated into results when it comes to all of the things that they came to do better than CDC? They have not. So we need people, we need to think beyond winning an election, and we need to think beyond preparation. Are the candidates that we're going to support, are they ready to really lead and transform our country? Again, people will argue George Weah does not deserve re-election. I still think George Weah until he's in this race, I think he's going to be a serious candidate, right? But again, after 2029, there will be no George Weah. He'll be supporting CDC, but there'll be no George Weah on the ballot. There'll be no Joseph Boakai on the ballot. There'll be no Ellen Jones on the ballot. All these guys will be gone. You will have the Alex Cummings if he decides to continue, but you will see new breed of leaders emerging, which goes back to my point. You need, for a movement like CDC, you need to be strategic on who you pick as VP, because that candidate could be the candidate that George Weah and CDC pass the torch on after 2029. You cannot just focus on 2029.
Okay, great. Susan, we'll be wrapping up finally by 8:45. We wanted to leave for essence 8,
Yeah.
7, 8:45. So, Susan, I'll give you 2 minutes to wrap up. Then Raul will close it up 2 minutes. Then we call it or something up. So, listen, and this is a debate that's going to we're going to trigger a lot of debates, right? As per what you said, and you got your own justification. Everybody got their butts at the game, and I agree with some portion of what Raul was trying to say to us. Electing the both men, the Boakai people, the United Party people will say Kun is the future because of the age and other things. Is he prepared for leadership? So, but if you want to take a running mate, you don't need a polarizing figure.
Absolutely.
You need someone that will captivate the young people, the young minds, and set as an example. So the lead, so we have got a very Hekino tax ahead by naming a running mate, because that person is going to determine the future of the CDC. Because we are going to serve the 6 years. He's still going to be young to contest, but the law is not going to allow him to. So how the party is going to, the Power Marshal Party is hinged on his decision that will come in 4 years as per how we're going to move on. I'm not saying Koga is not the future, but you have to be very definitive and very careful and very intentional as to how you want to do that roadmap. So I will give you the time, Susan, 2 minutes as you wrap up for today, and then we look for. But that's a debate that is going to be an ongoing debate. But I know that Koga already got someone, a Wiashin and the CDC supporting him already. So,
Oh yeah, I
so
support I
go
support
ahead.
Koga.
Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Yeah, my 2 minutes here is that I just want to touch base on the topic of the late Senator Johnson University. I pray and hope that they resolve this the right way. Um Senator Prince Johnson played a very, very important part into the Liberian politics, especially Nima. So, just to be able to maintain whatever it is that the Nima people see him as, I pray and hope that the wife will be able to, you know, put her heart down as a mother. As a mother, you take on a lot of stuff. We did, I didn't say distant cheering. We just frisky. So whatever it is that, is going on, if she's not happy with Amy and the rest, just put your motherly heart on, and resolve this the right way, and resolving it. If there is anything, I think that whole university, you guys need to maintain that, just so the legacy of Prince Johnson stay. um just to conclude again on the whole topic of the choice in 2029, whatever that CDC come up with, we support it. However, if Koga is the person, I will 110% support his him, because Koga, I have, even though he's not here to defend what Robert is saying about school and blah blah blah, Koga is not here. So I'm not going to talk on behalf of him and say, oh, Robert Koga has a school year, blah blah blah. So he's not here to say all of that. But I believe that he has what it takes to be a vice president. And we look forward to 2029. 2029 is going to be a very heated one, and hopefully Robert will endorse us at the end of the day. If we pick Edith, he said he will endorse us, but the way I hear from the two of the voice, I think if we pick Koga, he might not endorse us. But Robert, are you going to go endorse what he need Joseph Waka with Kuyegi? Come on now. So thank you, Brother Sylvester. I will be here tomorrow. I'm just going to stay till the both of you guys conclude, and then we'll all leave together.
Okay.
Listen, in
Sounds
my
good.
conclusion, great show, guys. I think you guys, and I think the debate will definitely escalate as 2029, comes closer, and I think there will be major consultations with regards to that decision. But I can throw many names out there when I talk about looking beyond 2029 in the future. I know his name might be on the ballot too, but another fine young gentleman, in person of Clarence Monaba, for instance.
Oh,
Uh,
please.
On the
that
ballot as one as presidential candidate.
no, no. I mean, of course he's going to run, but I'm saying that could be a pretty good choice
No, we don't want him.
for vice presidential candidate thinking beyond 2029. I'm just saying, thinking beyond 2029. Charlene Bromsky could also be a viable
Raul,
choice.
you got to take note. Name of voters and a candidate. You don't, and that's the issue about, because the intent of this getting running mate is to win election first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
You have to
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
win before you govern, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if
Mm-hmm.
you're to name Moniba whatsoever,
Yeah.
Clarence,
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Boakai is from Lofa. Trust me, the Lofian will not vote for him. He saw his performance there. He won't
Right.
get through. It will be a useless venture. On a
So
serious note, I will say
right,
this.
I
It will be
agree. No,
difficult.
I'm just throwing out names when I talk about the future.
Yeah,
But
so you have
but
to
but
consider, you have
but
to name
but
and win, not to just
but
name because you want to name.
but then also
Mhm.
also based on what you just said, can CDC make noise in Nima without a Koga on the ballot? Or if they had the choice between, oh, we must because the vice president is from Nima, we need to find a candidate, a VP candidate that is also from Nimba. Well, if that's the strategy, and it boils down to two of them, if you had Edith and Koga in the room, both from Nimba, thinking about the future and winning an election, I would go hands down say go ahead pick Edith. I think you have an inclusion when it comes to women. A lot of women will be looking like, you know what I'm saying? We may not be from Nimba, but we need representation as well, right? She could pull some weight out there. But beyond that, she could be a candidate for the future as well. So you can have your kick and eat it too when it comes to this, but you have to be strategic. I don't know how you defend a man. And for a lot of women on the ballot, and this is something CDC will have to think about, can you get a Kogai endorsement without him being on the ticket? I think you can. You have a Koga endorsement. and you have Edith on the ballot. If you Nima is a serious place that you're thinking about winning, I think it's going to be an open field, right? A lot of things going to happen. You don't have Prince Johnson. I have not seen a factor or key factor as Prince Johnson. It's going to take many, many years. No one have solidified that influence that he had in Nima to call an election. So I don't think they have to worry about that. But if I had to pick between those two, I will go with Edith. A lot of women will have to look at Coca when I talk about the future and say, do we want to go with a guy who, yes, respect tradition, but have no respect for women? You can respect tradition and also respect women. When he talked about, oh, when men come outside, women should not walk. I mean, those I don't want my president or my vice president, I don't want my daughter listening to that. I want my daughters and young women in Liberia to respect tradition, learn tradition, understand tradition, but also say, you know what? Our vice president also respect women. I mean, he has a lot of things, things that could be used against them in the election if they picked him. And he's not. He doesn't seem a guy who is result oriented. I'm sorry. I'm not saying he doesn't have a school in Lima. He probably have a school, but how does that transform education from a national perspective as opposed to a legislature, for instance, right? So when I talk about result, I'm talking about what has he done to impact all of these things that we all of the challenges from a national level, not just verbally, but supporting them with the budgetary support as well. So again, this is going to be a continual a debate. And we look forward to for those debates. I don't see Joseph Boaga running in 2029. I think they're prepping old board to do that. And whatever decision the CDC make, remember, these guys may not perform properly. They may not perform well. But also, if you don't pick properly as well, you may give them something to run with. So that's just my take. But Suzanne, I got mad respect for you. I would definitely support you as a VP pick over Koga too.
Yeah. So on that note, and I agree to the debate, but trust me, it's gonna be a very serious debate. Quickly moving to 2029, the discussion about, because listen, we talk about this issue about governing, but you have to win before you govern.
Mm-hmm.
So the strategy and that's one of the reasons why Ambassador Boakai stated at the time, His Excellency the President, that if we have to take you work with the devil to win, you have to do that. Nothing. He spoke in contest. The fact, because if you don't do the thing to win the election, or it will be history, right? It will be history. So, if from Susan's perspective, bringing Koga will push for him to win necessarily, but yes, my take quickly on that, Robert. Nimba Kane, you don't necessarily have to take someone from Nimba Kane to counter them to win the elections.
Absolutely, there you go.
You don't necessarily. Now,
especially now.
So you have to be strategic.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be strategic. See through the country now. Nimba is already there. Nimba country politics, Susan, I can say this to you from there. But I have studied their politics a lot to understand it. It's no longer going to be monolithic. The only man that will change the narrative there is no more.
That's right.
So anybody can go and make some. There's some very good joy in Nimba. A lot of Nimbaians took note of that. So can you move into Bon County and see if you can take somebody strong and just get Bon County exclusively?
There you go.
And offset.
We don't want to take that risk.
Then you go into Nimba County and canvas there. Now, but if you intend to go to Nimba and get someone from Nimba also, you can do it strategically. Mm-hmm. No, that's my whole take on it. But this is a debate that is
so you're already giving up on Bon. You're already giving up on Lofa now. You don't think you can go and cause trouble in Lofa?
Who?
CDC, you don't think you're going to cause trouble in Lofa?
No. CDC, with the kind of a work CDC carry on in Lofa for the past 6 years, CDC is not going to take. I don't think CDC is going to take a running mate from Lofa if President Boakai is still going to be on the ticket. But CDC can still go into Lofa and get a lot of vote from. I'm from Lofa. I voted for CDC.
Right.
And if you are to have it over and again, I will canvass for CDC and vote for CDC over and again and do that, right? And I believe CDC can still get the same. No, CDC is getting a kind of an ideological supporter and follower now in Lofa County. They're becoming more ideological to be tied into the party legacy, even if they have supporter or they are partisan or so. You saw what happened there. The kind of thing that unfolded. So all the things you see Father then doing that, Father, I will support it. Father is doing those things for the business of survival now. He wants to survive. He's not realistically doing it. Yeah, he's doing it because, and they have major political folks that are seeing themselves to just be on top there, how to behave. Trust me, if we are the win election for our family, even go back on we are and go line and back, he will do that. He will do it because he want to survive. So he's
But I can
doing
tell
it
you
because
one thing: if Joey went 2029 and Fola is deputy, they will kick his ball out of there. Those boys will come back. They will
no, they were getting out.
Oh yeah,
Probably
definitely.
maybe they were getting out. Maybe he was still
Yeah.
you'll be trying to protect his property and all that thing.
There you go.
Other
Yeah.
point in the party city men put it up for cheat. They're forgiving. But as deputy speaker, trust me, they will get him out.
Yeah.
They cannot win election. They keep me as deputy speaker or speaker. They will do everything to get him out. So it's gonna be a tough debate as we move through. We don't know what's gonna happen as we move. Nobody understands what's gonna be. But I can Nimba Bon. Mag take Lofa or Nimba Bon Maggie. They will know what Lofa will be in the play if Bwaka is not in the race. When Bwaka is in the race, trust me, Lofa will not be in play for vast presidential running mate. But Grand Bassa, Gibi, Bon, and Nimba. But Nimba County is likely. I don't know, Edith, Koga, but trust me, Koga candidacy will be a serious threat to Bwaka re-election. Because I Guillaume, and I'm sure of this. Like I know Gonga Nuya, my own dear brother Gonga Nuya, say Gonga Nuya, say Gonga Nu, yeah, he's my own man. Say Gonga Nu knows when I say they can, hey, get there, he's a PV, don't be probably like you. I'm my own man, we went to school. Say Gonga Nu knows very well for a fight that if that were to happen, it will cause some trouble. Maybe you know the few intellectuals that say Gonga Nu there, I don't know say he'll leave from here to go say he'll go vote or what. But say Gonga Nu, no, trust me, that may be another phase of dancing with the devil too. That Bwaka said, because if you were to bring and the part of Nimba Kane Koga is from that's the density of human being. They will vote their head. They will say, I don't know how to speak that Gil. Somebody told me the Gil how to say this. But what I know, you know what they will say? Eh? Then they will say the history of Nimba, if you went back. Moses, was he a Gil man?
Moses who?
Moses Zebla, the former vice president.
I don't know. Pewee.
Okay, but I know that Dogolier Guillaume, that I knew very well. Dogolier, but Dogolier when he died, then they brought in Moses Blah. And so there's a third in recent history, is a third vice president that Nimba is producing. So, but very soon you'll hear Koga himself firing that Kun is not for Nimba. Very soon. When we got
that is not that will not be very soon. We still waiting for 2029.
You see this?
So where is he from?
Too for all that. Don't be putting words into our mouth. 2029.
Susan, where you from?
Will say,
where you from?
Yeah.
Susan, where you from?
Nimba woman. I'm Nimba.
No, I said what the vice president from?
Because I have two things linking him to. Someone else say he denying he actual orientation.
Mm-hmm.
So suppose it's
Southeast. Yes. Yeah. Answer.
He's not from Nimba?
No. So where is he from?
No, you answer. You say some people say what thing.
I said that thing. Well, on the show, that somebody brought another identity thing. Somebody said his original dad has son of birthday. That two something is saying. One group of person say the original dad Manigo man, another person say original dad crew man and other things. So we want to know, but he changed that identity now. He say power in crew man. So we need to find out. These are conflicting information coming up, and I know the politics
they Jeff from everywhere. Because he said, you know what he said? He said his mom from Garguah, because my dad is from Garguah. He said, Susie, that my little sister, I know why she attacking me from Garguah. You think I do tribal politics here? If I was into tribal politics, I wouldn't come out here and be attacking you. It's just the way in which you have carried yourself with the whole Prince Johnson stuff. That's where my attack is coming from.
Then Sarah Dopoh is saying he is Mandingo. Then somebody saying he's from Kehleboe. So we all confused. Honestly, on the route, so the debate coming on.
Well, you need to clarify now. You need to clarify.
So, that's what I'm saying. So for me, trust me, I will never have my identity. Identity crisis is a difficult thing, and it's not good for anyone to even get yourself mixed up in the identity crisis. Right. I wouldn't want to have my identity. I'm proud of my identity. I will always be willing to it. That's what the first thing. Anybody should move quickly, expeditiously to clarify.
That's right. I
There
agree.
should be no room for any identity
But
crisis.
knowing the vice president, he would never detach from Nimba County.
Yeah, so I know
never.
Koga when it time. I would not be surprised when I hear Koga. When it time, I know that I will predict this. Next year, will not end. Koga will attack the identity of the current vice president.
It wouldn't
Next
be
year.
next year. I keep
All right,
saying
guys.
this thing to you.
Okay, man.
All right, bro.
Good night.
But
Good night.
Pewee and Robert, I want you guys to stay. I want you to stay here before I leave. I'll have something very important to say before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead.
Though
say
I had my exam, but the reason I was not also coming on this show is because I feel like we're not pushing this platform, and I feel like some information is being given to Tomalin and he does not say it here because of some type of friendship and stuff like that. If we want this platform to be one of the biggest platforms on social media, we need to be honest with ourselves. You cannot run a platform and you're keeping this whole friendship stuff. There are so many things that I see on the internet. I don't see it on the closing argument page. I don't know what is the reason.
such as example.
So many stories.
But listen,
So many
we all on this show. That's why you
stories.
come out every day. You come on the show, and listen, we're not going to. And I agree. I said this to somebody, right? We're not going to. If their platform have to go and people come to the platform, we can't be protecting certain people at a certain time. So no,
So if Tomalin got information and he don't bring it, you heard.
If you're on the show, you come on the show. Period.
We
need to grow the platform.
You.
And for the platform to be for to get a platform in that kind of organic stage, we have to be bad to strike the balance. If something is happening here, we report it. If something is happening, we say it. If we don't have, the only thing I will have problem with for me moving forward, if we don't have proof of it, we can be definitive about it. Then we come as a media institution to say it is reported or unconfirmed, right? But if we're not sure of anything, we can't come and say it because you may just be sued for libel or
defamation.
For defamation, if you will.
Yeah. But if you know something and you heard something that you don't think that we are talking about, you have the free.
You come and say it. Now the exam is over.
Yes.
So anytime you get anything, you know it's something.
Bring it on.
Bring it on and say it. If something, we'll discuss it.
Yeah.
If
because I don't know what Tomalin. I don't know what Tomalin knows. I don't
exactly.
Know.
So we don't know what you're talking about. That he don't send it. I don't know what
something,
and we don't know what you're telling him.
There you go.
He's connected with so many people in the government, and I feel like based on his connection, he's protecting some things here. And for me, I have so much fire within. I just want to let it out. So,
no,
but I haven't seen Tomalin stop anybody from saying.
Yeah, let it out. No one will stop you. Let it out.
Let it out.
Whatever Tomalin wants to talk about when that time comes, it's up to him.
Yeah.
You have the free will to
if you
talk
got
about
information that Kun already bought at university, tell us.
There you go. Yeah.
We want to know.
Okay.
Yeah. But
so
we need not just talking about it, we need y'all to post some stories. There are a lot of stories that we see on the internet. It's not being posted.
I don't know if in the chat, if you got some things and what you do, other people we gotta chat the closing argument chat, we post share stories in it, and we see the show, we'll make a follow up on it and something on that. So that's the only thing. And you share it, other people start digging, and we'll bring it to as public discussion. And as we start discussing it, people a games team and people along with it.
Yeah, because Tomalin
up to now he has not put me in a closing argument page for whatever reason. I don't know.
We'll start about him. We'll start about him on that note. We'll start about him on that note, okay?
Yeah.
We'll start about him.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay. Good night.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
William V. Stockman High School, located in the height of Cinco Monrovia, once symbolized academic excellence, pride, and progress. Established in the 1960s and named after Liberia's 18th President William V. Stockman, the school welcomed students who aspire to a brighter future with its well-maintained lawns, proud flagpoles, studded buildings, and well-uniformed students. Torgbean High was a crown jewel in Liberia's education system. The school is one of the oldest public schools in Liberia, thanks to the San Francisco school system in the United States, which led the initiative. The construction of the school was funded by the grant through the United States Agency for International Development, which was recently dismantled by US President Donald Trump. The first graduates was its halls in 1968. Among them was Councillor Rose Marie James, a pioneer of the school's legacy.
1968, we moved into Torgbean High, and it was just the best. We were the best in everything at the time.
Through the decades, Torgbean High produced leaders, thinkers, and change makers. Aaron Wiega, class of 1983, remembers those golden years.
Each time I go to Torgbean High today, I feel very, very bad. The infrastructure, the integrity of the building is no longer sound. The stairs need repairs, the classrooms, the entire building, the bathrooms. We had a lot of bathrooms at Torgbean High, so the bathroom need to be repaired, they need reconditioning, so that because the number of students in that school, we need a very good sanitary environment. The learning environment is not conducive. Okay. So you see the school, the fence are broken behind there, intruder comes in the building, and you go to the gymnasium area, the whole place is dilapidated, and you don't see the kind of spirit that Torgbean High had.
Today, the echoes of excellence still remain, but they are faint and buried beneath the weight of crumbling infrastructure. Torgbean High is in crisis.
Student certainty, we were in president of the 1912 class, 2024-2025. For my 2 years of the job on the Liberia Team high school, in 10th grade to 12th grade, we observed that our building is doing pretty well. As time we sit in the classroom, and then sometimes rain falling, but some students will not be able to move within the corridor of the walls of the cafeteria side due to the needs of the building. Rain falling. Some places the students don't pass easily because of the drop of the rain. And the other step on the other side there, you can see the shed is like cracking because students are using the step at all times. And we reached this to the superintendent, the past superintendent, which Mr. Sawol, he said that we were going to work on it. And unfortunately, so he was not able to do that. He leave office and we will take place, but we haven't issued on that issue yet. And then now, the painting of the building, you can see the building is fitted up. Not like before. Some of the building is like broken, dress it up, and actually cleaning to the president and other department as well. Please help us at least to beautify our building, and when people enter, let us see the building of the campus to show that we are one of the best institutions in the country as well. The Liberia Team high school is one of the high schools that always produce great scholars and people serve the country as well. So we will not allow the school image